Thank you for that. I was talking to myself with no sound. I appreciate that. Thanks for the heads up. All right, we'll start over again. We will start over. Shit, I was just speaking to myself. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that. All right, so let's just run it through the top again, guys. Again, apologies that I didn't have my volume on there. But we do have quite a bit of earnings to discuss, quite a few things. The markets, yes, are in full bull mode right now. We'll discuss the main indices. Let's just run through a couple quick headlines here. So first things first, Dollar Tree, massive headline hitting the tape. Shares are trading high for the company reaffirmed Q3 guidance and issued long-term EPS growth outlook. So we are riding the $100 calls, which are nicely in the money today. Yesterday we were up 100% at the highs. Today those calls are absolutely going to print. I'm looking to take that position off the table. So I'm going to lock in my Dollar Tree gains. If you want to leave some contracts on the table, feel free, but I am locking in my $100 call profits that will probably be up, I would say, over 200% today. But we will see what happens. So Dollar Tree reaffirming guidance and long-term EPS growth outlook. So very, very strong bounce. Again, we've been accumulating down here in the deep, dark depths below. TE also has some news, guys. Ticker TE, T1 Energy. The news around T1 Energy is they've had a multi-year agreement signed with Nextracker for supply of advanced solar panel frames engineered and made in the USA. So T1 Energy catching a really sizable bid to the upside. HI outperforming today. Nothing really to do there. This is just a buyout, all cash deal of 3.8 billion or $32 per share. Lone Star is acquiring them, so nothing really to do there for TE. Let's run through some of the quick earnings. Bank of America did report earnings, strong earnings, double beat, gapping up to the high side. Bank of America looks like it's going to take out its 52-week highs. Morgan Stanley also reporting earnings, strong double beat across the board. Same thing, looking like it wants to take out the highs. Abbott Labs, ABT, also reporting earnings. The stock is gapping down. They missed on the revenue. EPS came in line. So basically, the stock is gapping down into its daily 200 moving average. PGR, insurance stocks are coming under some pressure, gapping down on a double miss on earnings. So that's never really a good thing to see. Nevertheless, I think there is a long opportunity if we flush into the 222 Pierce zone. PNC Financial, your largest regional bank, also reported earnings here, double beat across the board. Stock is under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market. So you can kind of see the trend is that bigger stocks are, or bigger banks are catching bids today, and your regional banks are coming under a little bit of pressure. Let's just actually look at regionals today. Regionals are actually holding steady here, guys. Holding quite steady. You will have a couple other earnings after the bell. Kinder Morgan, ticker KMI, is set to report. You also have United Airlines set to report after the hours. The stock is acting quite well, still above all of its key daily moving average. Las Vegas Sands is also set to report after hours. Let's look at Synchrony Financial, ticker SYF. Synchrony Financial did post a double beat on rev and EPS, stock gapping up just a little bit. Let's look at Citizens Financial, ticker CFG. CFG also reporting earnings, double beat across the board. Stock is gapping up. So net markets are in full bull mode today. Unwavering strength. So you have the backdrop of semiconductors absolutely helping the market as a whole. Our ouster calls, guys, are absolutely going to print this morning too. Ouster is looking for a gap up continuation move to the high side. LiDAR stocks seem to be a very, very hot thematic theme over the last few trading sessions. You've gone through a meaningful amount of consolidation. This has a lot of power potential, and this has some close insider ownership. Looking at INVZ, very similar, also has LiDAR exposure in a little bit of a different sector, but nevertheless another name that's pushing to the high side. Serve Robotics gapping up this morning, trying to push to the high side as well. Everything is strong this morning. Robinhood seeing some strength this morning. Quantum names also seeing some strength this morning. Again, the whole broad market is strong. QBTS absolutely ripping to the high side this morning. Very, very strong. ENVX looking like it wants to try to break out of that bull flag pattern, guys. So another name that has been a wonderful trade for us. I'm hoping for a bigger pullback, but may not get it. Market is just ridiculously strong. Nuclear stocks, uranium still continuing to gap up and surge here. Unbelievable relenting price action in your nuclear trade here. SMR pushing. OCLO is just a one-way freight train to the upside. You have China stocks bouncing, Yang ETF under a little bit of pressure today. BABA seeing some nice liquidity. Let's look at JD. JD bouncing TME. TME also bouncing PDD. PDD also trying to bounce just a little bit. So again, the whole market is acting very, very well. Open Door Technologies also trying to get back above its 7 and 20 moving average. Right now it's going through a little bit of chop and slop. We'll see how it wants to fare. Snapchat's still trying to consolidate, shake out some of those bulls. I still think Snapchat has a very, very strong potential run into the end of the year. CRML guys, we took some put options yesterday above 30 bucks. Some lottos, that one is coming down a little bit in the pre-market, down by about 7%. So again, this printed a daily chart hanging man candle. If you get that negative close today, then that confirms that this is a bearish candle formation and we could see a little bit of downside at least to 2250-ish. But this one has been a relentless stock that a lot of people just want to keep buying the dip in full force. So again, CRML acting quite well. All right, let's keep going through some of our top movers and then we'll see if there's any other news catalysts that are worth trading. Just looking at some of our high volume movers. LAC, Lithium Americas Corp, absolutely ripping to the high side here. 1070 on deck, beautiful. I think Sarfers was long that one. Sarf was also long New Era Energy and Digital, NUAI. He called that out yesterday, so definitely a wonderful trade call out there. Let's look at MP Materials. MP Materials coming in just a little bit. Let's look at Bloom Energy, BE, strong gap up. All right, so BE has hit my upside target today, guys. Bloom Energy is on watch for a bit of a short scalp today. I think that we can play that one a little bit on the short side. Now, the market is into an interesting zone here. Today's close means a whole lot. I mean, if we gap and crack, then we can continue a bit of a bearish trend down. But if we hold positive structure, and let's just actually pull up the S&P 500 while we have things here. But this market, depending on where we close today, guys, if we close kind of above this zone here, or above our 7-day moving average, you can see the 7-day moving average is sitting at 666.18 on SPY. Currently, we're above that. If we close above that 7-day today, that would be an extremely bullish close. That would indicate we're going to new all-time highs. Okay. Again, there's a little bit of resistance off of this gap up, so there is a potential for a short intraday. I just want to see how we react off of that zone, but market is looking pretty decent right now across the board. Okay. Let's quickly run through some of our mega caps. Amazon, we obviously traded that yesterday as well. We took some 220 calls for December. Basically, we trimmed half the position in profit. That was a nice little trade. Microsoft gapping up a little bit, 0.5%. Nvidia is your bright spot today, up 2.77%. Still down 4.4 yesterday, but it's kind of recapturing half of those losses. Apple closed positive yesterday, just barely. Today it's up by about 0.94%. So Apple's still looking fairly decent here on the overall trend. The only thing you need to be careful of is look what Apple's giving us today is that 7 and 20 bearish crossover. So the market makers might want to try to, what's the correct word? Try to push Apple back above its 7 and 20 today, but technically that is a bit of a short zone off of that key area. Let's look at Google. Google yesterday was up 0.5%. It's up another 0.5% today. Meta up 0.75% in the pre-market. That hasn't recaptured its full gains, but nevertheless, it's trying to shake off some of that selling. Tesla still going through a lot of chop and slop off of that previous pivot high. Still holding a daily chart uptrend. You're kind of trying to flatten out that 7 and 20. It appears to be wanting to give a bearish crossover, but again, I think Tesla maybe has one more push higher. Thinking Tesla is going to go for that pre-market high spike off of that inventory report. All right, so that's your mega cap tech. Let's just run through some of these other names here, guys. GWH, that has been a high flyer recently. I'm going through a bit of sell side pressure this morning. Let's see. Let's look at our eVTOL stocks. As usual, Archer Aviation's big reversal candle yesterday. Joby, big reversal candle yesterday on volume. Look at the volume trade on Joby over the last couple sessions. Quite crazy. Insane amount. Big Bear AI still trying to push to the upside. That one shook me out yesterday, but acting well today. What is this SOC? Sable Offshore Corp gapping down over 20%. Let me look at the news here, guys. SOC. Sable Offshore to provide an update regarding its ongoing litigation with California Coastal Commission. In the Santa Barbara Superior Court tentative ruling released on October 14th, the court indicated that it will deny Sable's claims against the Coastal Commission. Sable vigorously disagrees with the court's tentative ruling. If adopted after the court's hearing scheduled on October 15th, the ruling would have no impact on the resumption of petroleum transportation through the Las Flores pipeline system. Additionally, oil and gas from the federal Santa Ynez unit and the flow of petroleum from the Santa Ynez unit to the Las Flores Canyon processing facilities or to potential offshore storage and treating vessel. Okay, so they're just basically being affected by a court ruling today. It seems to be a negative court ruling. That one. Let's look at ticker VERI. Look at Veritone, guys. Holy moly. VERI ripping here. Wow. Shares of Veritone rose sharply in the pre-market after trading following announcements of contract wins and preliminary third quarter results. The company announced contract wins to deploy its Veritone data refinery products with leading hyperscalers and venture-backed model developers. Veritone's preliminary unaudited third quarter results revenue between 28.5 million and 28.7, marking a 30.5% increase at the midpoint compared to the third quarter of 2024. Huge move to the upside today. Wow. That is just filthy. I mean, look at your sweeping that high pivot, guys. What's the market cap on this guy? Oh, it's tiny. Tiny, tiny, tiny. All right, let's see what else we got moving here. Pfizer under a little bit of pressure. Archer, Baba, we discussed that. All right, GWH, Sable, we discussed all that. IONQ, we discussed that. Let's look at some of our top losers here. Let's see if there's any other things we want to worth mentioning here. Scanning the headlines, guys, and if there's anything that you think is worth mentioning, feel free to put it in the chat. We're here as a collective. Let's look at commodities real quick. So WTI crude obviously has been going through a lot of downside pressure. It is hitting a lower boundary support channel zone. Looks to be forming a bit of a bear flag on the daily chart. However, the intraday price action today, it is trying to firm up and kind of clear some of this bearish breakdown zone. So crude oil is still in a bit of chop and slop. It really needs to do a bit of work here. You can see that it is trying to break out of the very near-term downtrend. So this has to be watched. There is a potential that you're trying to put in a bit of a rounding inverse head and shoulders. Here would be your left shoulder. Here would be your head. This would be the form of a right shoulder. If you dip down, create a little bit of a rounding right shoulder formation, that could potentially be wanting to play out. Your dollar has still been going through a bit of consolidation over the last few days as it broke out of this inverse head and shoulders. The dollar looks ready to rip, guys. In simplicity form, you've recaptured the 7. You're getting a bullish crossover of the 7 and the EMA here. You're consolidating right above that previous rejection zone. I mean, the dollar looks very, very bullish, and I think that it's just a moment or a moment of time here before it wants to take its next leg higher here. So I still have an upside target of about 101.60. On the DXY intraday today, it is negative, but again, another name that's trying to firm up off of the lows. You can see the Dixie intraday has broken out of a bit of a inverted head and shoulders formation itself, as seen by this left shoulder, head, right shoulder. It has quite a bit more upside. So maybe we see a bit of a dollar trend today. If it can go from red to green, you have an upside to about 99 bucks, which is your previous little breakdown zone on the US dollar. So that does support potentially some higher price in the Dixie. Let's do a quick check of yields. 10 and 2-year yields are still weak on the session. Look at that 10-year yield just hanging on by a thread. Technically, you are at a lower boundary support line, so we could see a bit of a bounce, but nevertheless, yields look like they want to go lower in the grand trend, guys. Very, very hard downtrend forming on the daily. That weekly chart trend still hasn't given us that lower weekly low, so when we take out this weekly low at 3.86, that's where you might structurally get a little bit more what's the correct word? You might get a little bit more fear with economic uncertainty as people are accumulating bonds. So once we get that next weekly lower low, that triggers the next down move to 3.47. And then we got to really be careful between the 10 and 2 spread. What happens between the US 10-year yield and the US 2-year yield? Does the US 2-year yield fall sharply faster than the 2-year yield? You know, it's something that needs to be considered because you can look at the difference in pattern and structure. The long end of the curve, the 10-year yield, is still giving us some higher weekly lows, whereas this one is giving us some lower weekly lows already. Low, low, low. We're very close to making yet again another weekly low on the 2-year yield. So the short end of the curve is certainly falling faster than the long end of the curve, which at some point it will have some implications in the market. But for now, we're holding steady. We are holding steady and ripping today. Let's look at a few other things here. Natural gas could be on watch for a day trade long today. Natty, natty, natty. Been getting a lot of messages. Should I buy this? Should I buy this? Should I buy this? And you can see that every time it dips down here, it is getting a little bit of buying pressure. Yesterday you tagged that 20-day moving average. Today you pierced it. Big area. Definitely a bounce spot, at least for his scalping. You can see the buy pressure that's already coming in off of that level. I would have loved to see this kind of stay down here at the open. So we'll see. If it were to retest those lows, I'd consider scalping it long today, guys. Getting close to a swing trade. Again, this is a very aggressive level. Technically, you're still holding that breakout zone. You're back testing the 1-year moving average. That's this green MA here. So there is a ton of weekly chart support. You're getting that bullish weekly crossover of the 7 and EMA 113. So the trend is slowly starting to want to firm up again. I'm watching it considerably here. I mean, you look at nat gas stocks, we've traded them successfully over the last several weeks. EQT bouncing sharply off of its breakout neckline, holding that 200 MA. RRC was one that we traded nicely. That one's still coming in a little bit. We'll keep them on watch for sure. For sure we will. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Wow, look at this Coot Australian oil seeds, guys. Look at that, up 300%. I mean, that is filthy. Filthy. And that's all because of Trump saying the US will make their own oil seeds. That stock just absolutely catapulted to the upside. OMER also ripping to the upside here. Friggin' insane. These are your high flyers. DFLI, Dragonfly Energy. So many Dragonfly stocks. DFLI also gapping up this morning. Acting very, very well. Interesting. Very cool. Top losers in the NASDAQ. Let's see. Not really too much worth mentioning. Most active. This LAES has been getting a lot of attention lately, guys. I mean, it's getting a little extended here. Could be a bit of a short scalp today. Into a nice wide range wedge bar. Still looks like it wants to press for its all-time highs, but it's probably going to need to consolidate a little bit. Tough one to short. Let's look at Plug Power here. Plug Power catching a nice bid this morning, gapping up on the session. We don't need to trade that one. Let's look at Bit Farms. Yeah, another gap up for BITF. Bit Farms acting very well today. Pushing to the high side. Interesting. Unusual volume. Let's see what's going on. All right, let's look at some of these other ones. X-ray. Nice gap up this morning for ticker X-ray. Yeah, that one's been beaten down to a pulp, holding a double bottom. This one's into a swing trade long, guys. Not a bad zone for X-ray. And just see what the news is. SEC ends probe with no action. Stock rises. That's actually a very bullish headline, guys. Ticker X-ray. That's very bullish, guys. That's actually phenomenally. Very cool. So that's actually into a big swing trade long level, and the SEC just ended its probe with no action against ticker X-ray. That's actually a very bullish headline. Wow. And look at that stock. It's just been absolutely creamed. So that one could be watched for a swing trade accumulation. Definitely. Let's look at this monthly chart. Look at that move down, guys. Holy moly. That's just crazy. monthly, weekly. Yeah, I might look for an entry into this one over the next maybe couple days. If it gives me a decent pullback today, I'd consider getting long. But very positive when the SEC ends a probe against the company. I think that was one of the main hindrances of the company is that you just never know what the SEC is going to do to you, right? And the fact that that headline comes out today and the stock moving off of it quite nicely, it's into a double bottom on the weekly chart, could be forming this W formation. This one could run easily back to 18 bucks in a very quick succession. And you got that very big gap, that volume gap here, guys. That's honestly where I think they want to try to bring this stock back. And I think this was probably where the SEC was announced. I would have to look back at the notes, but look at that big gap fill. I mean, wow. That was probably that was an earnings breakdown, but I wonder where the SEC probe was announced. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy for sure. So it's a very positive headline. Let's quickly see. Archer Aviation wins bid to acquire Lilium's GBN portfolio of 300 advanced air mobility patents for $18 million. Okay. Just looking through my headlines here, guys. A couple other of these names. A-Lab this morning. After this stock has been absolutely bludgeoned, it is getting a nice gap up. This one's triggered a bit of a bear formation, but the stock is bouncing with the market today. Astera Labs jumps over 5% amid new partnership. Following the pre-market news of a new partnership with ARM Holding. So A-Lab has partnered with ARM, guys. Interesting. I'll post that. That one could simply run off of semiconductor news. So the California-based joined ARM's total design ecosystem on Tuesday to speed up custom system-on-chip development using ARM's Neoverse compute subsystems. The partnership combines Astera's intelligent connectivity platform with ARM's tech to deliver chiplet-based solutions for AI infrastructure. Interesting. That one could actually be now a buy. With that type of a catalyst news, you get the ARM Army. Very cool. So good partnership there. Let's look at this APH, Amphenol, gapping up to the high side. Let's see how these space stocks are doing. ASTS, I mean, what a remarkable beast. People are just absolutely chasing this momentum like full force. Rocket Labs not really performing as much, but the space shit. Let's look at this Moon ETF. Did they take that away? Thought there was a space. Moon Lake. What's the space ETF? Is it space? SPCE? Let's look at SPCE, Virgin Galactic. That one's also trying to break out here. Actually, that chart's not looking bad. That could play catch up compared to all your other space stocks. Interesting. Cool. All right, let's keep scrolling through a couple of these headlines and then we'll split our screens here. Krispy Kreme plans to open outlets in Brazil. Let's look at Krispy Kreme here. Donut. A little bit of a gap up. minor little gap up. Donut's been putting in this very, very interesting pattern here. It's flattening out those moving averages. QBTX is a beast. Yep, look at that. For sure it is. So that's the levered play for QBTS. QBTS is obviously ripping, one of the strongest stocks in the market. So you're still seeing some of those momentum stocks absolutely running, guys. All right, let's settle in here for the tape, guys. We are set to open in a few minutes, 8 minutes. So my first order of business with members, guys, is to take profits on Dollar Tree. Our $100 calls for December are nicely in the money, and I'm looking at. I'm probably going to close the full position, but if you want to leave runners, by all means, you can leave runners. But I'm probably going to close the full position. Within the first 15 minutes of open, we'll let the contract settle down. Usually, you know, that IV is high in the morning. So at some point today, I'll look to take profits on Dollar Tree, guys. Okay. We'll see what those contracts open up, but be ready for an alert. And again, it's up to you if you want to leave profits, but I'm probably going to close the full $100 call position. Those are going to absolutely print, guys. Yesterday we were up 100%, hitting TP1. Today we're going to be up over 200%. CRML acting well. We took some lotto puts yesterday. That's coming in pretty hot and heavy. OUST guys continuing to surge and push to the upside. I can't believe how fast our $40 calls are approaching. I mean, yesterday we took the position long at 32.11, and just since our entry yesterday, I mean, the stock is up 18-19%. So that is just filthy move. I think there's still a lot of momentum in a lot of these LiDAR stocks. You look at LiDAR itself, LIDR, which is AI, quite crazy. INVZ, another LiDAR one that looks very primed for a bit of a breakout. So you're still seeing thematic trades playing out in LiDAR. You're seeing some thematic trends playing out in autonomous robotics. Serve Robotics looks really primed and ready to go. Looking at Symbotic here, SYM. This is just also a absolute beast mode. Crazy. Crypto high computing stocks also seeing some strength this morning. Cypher absolutely ripping. Absolutely ripping. All right, let's go split screen, guys. I think that Webull could also have a big day today. So we'll see if the markets do the good old-fashioned gap and crack. Be right back, guys. I'm just gonna grab some water. So a couple stocks that I think I am interested in potentially trading today. Obviously the indices will be on watch. Um, but ALAB has a positive catalyst, guys. It's quite oversold. I think this one can catch a really big bid today. I think that is it BE? Which stock was I think BE is a fade today, guys. Bloom Energy. I think could catch a bit of a fade. So keep that ticker on your radar. That one is on watch for a top fade idea as well, guys. Dollar Tree coming in a little bit here. It's unfortunate. So SPY is an aggressive short off of this high pivot here, guys. We were testing in the pre-market. A little bit of resistance here intraday through this high pivot trend line. The level that I want to see if you're bullish hold is your prior day high. That's kind of your value area high here. So throw keeps coming in. SPY's coming in a little bit. Ouster, guys, is ripping. OUST is ripping here. Look at Ouster go. That is just a beast. All right, I'm taking some more profits off of Ouster, guys. Holy shit, our $40 calls are already in the money, guys. Holy moly. That is a beast. Actually, the spread is just too wide right now, but that is crazy. Ouster just absolutely printed and ripped. CRML still down sharply. INVZ trying to break out. CoreWeave strong day. DraftKings strong day. Enovix strong day. Vistra Energy strong day. Oklo up 8%. Your S&P 500 still holding quite steady. Look at Ouster going. What a ripper, guys. Holy moly. Our $40 calls are in the money, and we just took that position yesterday. That is crazy. Look at that stock just printing, guys. Whew. What an absolute beast on Ouster. Full on short squeeze. SPY still acting very, very well. CRML down 8.4%. BBAI is green. Nvidia still up 2%. Dollar Tree getting slightly faded here. That is insane, guys. Look at Ouster ripping. All right, guys, I'm closing my Ouster calls here. $9, $9. I'm out of my Ouster. We just took those yesterday, guys. I'm out of my Ouster calls. Huge, huge win there. Look at this CRML. That's coming down. We swung some puts. That's also coming in. Dollar Tree softening up. SPY still holding steady. Nice trade if you caught Ouster with us, guys. Still have a bunch of other LiDAR exposure, but that was a huge win. Using my CRML puts here for just over 100%. I took my profits on CRML, guys. 100% gain on those put options. Beautiful trade there. Amazing stuff, guys. Amazing. Locking in profits this morning. It's a beast. That is a beast. CRML down 13%. Huge beast mode trade. That was stunning, guys. Excellent if you caught that with us. I love it. Absolutely love it. All right, DLTR initial selling off of the open. It is trying to catch that bid right now. IWM and SPY are still absolutely relentless. You've got lithium still green. Wow, look at those stocks. Plug, RKD, TE. Let's look at what was it? Bloom Energy is a short, I think. Yeah, BE absolutely ripping today, up 9%, guys. I'm gonna look at fading BE this morning. Let me just see what this Dollar Tree wants to give me. Dollar Tree spread is still wide, guys, so I'm still holding on here for Dollar Tree. Hopeful that it catches that bid. Wow, that was insane, guys. Nice trim on that Ouster trade, guys. Look at that wick. Holy moly. I mean, it's still bullish. Don't get me wrong. I would like to see a back test lower, but that's crazy. All right, guys, I'm doing a high risk trade on Bloom Energy. High risk trade, BE 120 put, filled at 420. 120 put October 17th on BE, filled at $4.20. It's a high risk trade, guys. BE. Market is still relentless here. There is a fading opportunity on SPY right here. This is your resistance kind of approaching that pre-market high area. But there is a fading opportunity approaching on your S&P 500. Wow, Dollar Tree is getting wrecked, sold into right now. It's okay though. We got a lot of time. Not really interested unless I get a really good fill. All right, IWM still printing to the highs of the session. Nvidia up 1.5, but that's been faded off of the highs. Rigetti still strong. Serve Robotics, guys, that's trying to rip. That's up 4.74%. Again, I am in Bloom Energy put options, guys. BE puts. Come on. Natural gas, yeah, we'll discuss that momentarily. I am watching nat gas closely. It's not ready yet. It is catching a little bit of a bid today as you kiss that daily 20 moving average, but I think it can break down a little bit more. All right, some stocks that were strong off the open are getting faded. Vistra Corp, guys, is just a beast here. VST absolutely ripping and breaking out to the high side here. Very strong move. Vistra looks like it's ready for that inverted head and shoulders new 52-week high breakout. That is strong. All right, Bloom Energy is starting to come in, guys. BE is starting to come in sharply here. Come on, BE, chop it down. Webull is seeing a little bit of momentum here, guys, trying to break out. You're in puts. Venkat is in QQQ puts. Yep, I don't mind that at all. SPY is trying to hit that 7-day moving average. It's trying to actually get above it, so it's a good area, risk to reward for SPY puts. ENVX ripping, Oklo still strong, Micron, Western Digital strong days, Duolingo up nicely, Snapchat trying to catch that bid. PayPal muted, Solar doing well, crypto still under pressure. CMG, guys, look at Chipotle Mexican Grill, still absolutely flying to the high side, gapping up over yesterday's high. Very, very strong. Look at PGR. PGR did hit my long scalp level, guys. I got an alert. This is a long scalp, but I'm just cautious. Look at Bloom Energy reversing in here from the highs, guys. Beautiful to see. BE is reversing. Come on. Take us down, BE. Take us down. We are seeing some distribution in the tape here. S&P coming in. Market is still acting quite well. But BE is coming in here, guys. The spread is wide on Bloom. All right, that's a 10-minute topping till. You often get a 50% retrace. We'll see what happens here. Let's see what happens. CRML still down 13.7. Nike's having a good day today too, guys. NKE, the whole market's doing quite well. Robinhood having a good day. Silver still having a good day. Nat gas is trying to climb to the positive side. You still have 2-year yield positive, 10-year yield negative. Gold up 1.2. Bitcoin down 1.43. Tesla up 0.5%. Meta up 1.3. So Meta's outperforming today. You booked some profits in your QQQ puts. Nice job. Looking at Serve Robotics. Serve is still trying to break out here. INVZ trying to break out. Looking at Ouster here. 10-minute topping tail. Still trying to act quite well. Wow, Bloom Energy is pushing here. Nike had a really stunning breakout candle. Acting very, very well. Market is in still full bull mode. SE catching that bid. IWM is still holding some positive structure here. Microsoft up 0.2%. Sorry for saying NUI boom. NUAI. Yeah, big boom. Nice job, Sarf. Really nice trade there. All right, Bloom Energy is still a absolute beast right now. Come on, Weeble. Weeble I've been kind of disappointed in. It's had every rhyme or reason to push here. Ticker LiDAR having a good day today. INVZ guys still having a really solid stay today. You know, Bloom Energy getting a really big retrace of that 10-minute topping till. That's just a beast. Absolute monster. Still trying to squeeze to the upside here. Still in a high risk put play. Dollar Tree absolutely coming in sharply. SE Vistra still doing well. Netflix is negative on the tape. Carvana up 3.6. Home builders are catching a little bit of liquidity. Boeing slightly green. Enphase having a wonderful day today. Let's look at that APLD real quick. APLD. Yeah, another day where it's trying to push to the upside here. APLS having a strong move today. Vistra's still acting well. A lot of green on the screen today, guys. Look at that CRML, guys. Great job if you took that trade with us. $25 puts. We banked over 100% just from yesterday. Stunning little swing trade short in the option trading group. Stunning. And then Ouster as well. I mean, that was a huge win. Huge win. Took profits. $4 calls printed. Ouster making that full on red reversal. Looking a little bit filthy here. Crazy. Dollar Tree getting absolutely slapped and sold into. That's okay. We got a lot of time on those contracts. I'm okay with Dollar Tree coming in. We've already trimmed some profits yesterday. DraftKings strong session. ENVX still pumping. Duolingo having a good day. Snapchat having a good day. Trying to press here. Let's look at our bank stocks. Morgan Stanley again, that's acting quite well. Bank of America still holding steady. JP Morgan still holding steady. Citigroup, that's coming in. Citigroup's been a leader, guys. That's coming in. Financials could see a little bit of weakness. Wells Fargo still an absolute beast. All right, Bloom Energy, guys, still trying to come in. We are riding 120 puts, which we are up quite nicely already. Again, I think this one could gap and crack. But BE, guys, 120 puts should pay us quite nicely here. The spread is quite wide, so just be careful. I got a fill at $4.20. I would not be slapping the ass just to chase this. If you didn't get a good fill, do not buy. I mean, it's a $1.70 spread right now from 4 to 570. That is just insane. Do not try to slap that ass. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Vistra still surging. S&P still absolutely relentless. So your S&P is through that area right now. I believe it's into its pre-market high. Let's just do a quick check. Yeah, so you're blasting through a pre-market high. This is your short area for SPY, guys. That is your short area for your S&P. Look at BE, guys. 120 puts are in the money. Thank you very much. Again, we talked about BE as a short in the pre-market. Go BE, go. Dumpy Dumpy. Take us to the gap. Take us to the gap, BE. Come on. That is crazy. Bloom is getting smoked here. Bloom is getting smoked. Your S&P bouncing off of your pre-market high quite nicely. Wow, these contracts are huge spread on Bloom, guys. Absolutely filthy spread. 5.40 to $8. I'm up $1.20 on the bid. I'm up almost 100% if I got filled on the ask. That is crazy. Come on, tighten up that spread. Tighten up that spread, Bloom. I want to see that 100% gain. Archer Aviation, stellar day up 8.79. You're seeing a complete awesome rally in eVTOL stocks, guys. Wonderful rally. Come on, Bloom. Next leg down, next leg down. Next leg down. Come on, BE. Take it down. You're seeing a lot of stocks getting faded here. Wow, look at that CRML, guys, down 17.5%. If you're still holding your put options, you're getting paid. You're getting absolutely paid. Beautiful. All right, SPY still has a little bit of top wick distribution off of that pre-market high. Come on, BE. Dump it. All right, I'm up $1.30 a contract here. Come on, BE. Chop it down. S&P falling here. Tighten up that frickin' spread, man. Oops, sorry, I was on the wrong strike there. There we go. All right, that seems better. 590 and 680, that's a little bit better. Come on, BE. Drop it. BE is falling still. S&P top wick distribution. Come on, bump it up to $6 on the bid, BE. Come on. SPY is getting wrecked here, sold into just a little bit. They are dumping your S&P here. Come on, BE, next leg lower, next leg lower. You're only up 4.13%. Are they going to do the good old-fashioned gap and crack, putting in that potential daily chart topping tail? S&P 500 still trying to hold that opening range low. Dollar Tree has gone negative. Quite crazy price action there. Insane price action. All right, the dollar, crude oil getting faded. Cannabis stocks are coming under a little bit of pressure here. Look at BE knifing to the downside. Let's go. Okay, guys, I just covered half, sold half of my BE puts there. I sold half of my Bloom Energy puts, guys. Beautiful. I'm going to move a stop loss to break even. Nice gain there from 420 to 650 on the contracts. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Beautiful price action. Beautiful. All right, tons of profit here. Swing trading. We just nailed our first day trade on Bloom Energy, guys. That's looking awesome. I love it. Love it. That was a top pre-market short. All right, your S&P 500 trying to firm back up here. Look at that reversal on Dollar Tree. That is just filthy. All right, a little bit of sell side pressure coming into your mega cap tech now, guys. So you've got Netflix still struggling here, Ethereum getting sold into, Amazon looking a little bit weaker, Microsoft looking a little bit weaker, Nvidia's given up half of its gains. You are seeing some distribution hitting this tape right now, guys. Webull trying to hold steady and break out here. Come on, Webull, go, go, go. Look at that full-on Dollar Tree reversal, guys. Holy moly. They absolutely knifed that. Ouster catching a bit of a dead cat bounce. Vistra Energy still absolutely strong as ever. Nvidia really coming in from the highs here. Big sell. S&P right back up though. Look at Archer Aviation today. That is just a beast. Huge beast mode. Rigetti's gone negative, guys. RGTI. Let's look at QBTS. That's holding some positive structure. Lithium Americas Corp has gone negative, guys. Again, CRML seeing a decent bid here, but that's under a lot of pressure. High flyer LAES that has created a lot of hype on Fintuit. That's gone negative now in the pre-market. Open Door has gone negative. So despite the market holding some technical structure, you are seeing some of these high-flying stocks running into a little bit of sell-side pressure. Looking at Webull, Webull is trying to break out here, guys. Bit of an intraday W formation. Webull is trying to diverge from the market just a little bit and break out. Let's see if we can get that breakout here. If Webull can break out through this W formation high, you could have a move to 1250 today, 1249. Go Webull, go. IWM, S&P right back to the highs. Quite crazy, guys. CoreWeave still strong. Western Union having a decent day. What else we got going on? RXRX having a stellar day, guys. RXRX. Look at that. Beautiful ripper breaking out to the high side. Again, Serve Robotics having a decent day today. INVZ, guys, that's catching quite a bit of attention. Look at this name starting to squeeze. We're already up just about under 19% on our common share entry in the investing group. So that is acting quite well. INVZ has a huge amount of potential here, guys. At least to 450, 480. But INVZ trying to break out of a weekly chart formation here, guys. This is a potential weekly chart breakout. Obviously, the week's not over yet. But INVZ is trying to squeeze to the upside here. Come on, pump it, pump it, pump it. S&P 500 back to the highs. Unrelenting strength. AMD is just full beast mode right now. Look at ENVX. That is starting its next little squeezing event. That is crazy. Mind-blowing. IONQ struggling a little bit. Uranium still strong as ever. Come on, Weeble, go. Look at that ENVX, guys. Beast mode. Full on beast. What else we got going on? Datavolt under a little bit of pressure. Nat gas still slightly negative. Gold still up 1.2. Absolute beast mode on gold. S&P printing a new high here, guys. So S&P looks like it wants to try to trend here. You're above all the key daily chart moving averages. You're above that previous little pivot high resistance for now. You're sweeping pre-market high. S&P is in full squeeze mode right now. The market is looking pretty decent right now, guys. Pretty strong. Come on, Weeble. AMD up 6.23%. Absolute filthy beast. Filthy beast. Micron here. Micron looking a little bit fragile here. It's trying though. DraftKings coming in, a little bit of selling. Vistra Energy still trying to break out to the high side here. Come on, Weeble, break it already. Stop being a dog here and just squeeze. You're such a small stock. There's so much liquidity flying around in this market. Just break it. The S&P 500 is potentially setting up a little bit of a trender today, guys. Google acting quite well, Snapchat seeing some strength. You have a lot of participation from the Russell 2000. Your IWM is still acting well. Your IWM is absolutely ripping to the upside here, acting very, very well in the Russell. Market is still acting well. Tesla up 1.18. Meta doing quite well today. Google still up 0.87. Apple up 1. Microsoft up 0.28. Bloom Energy back above 120. Trying to see some strength here. IWM still holding steady, guys. Looking at this Serve Robotics, that's trying to squeeze to the upside here now. Looking like a pretty decent breakout is occurring. You've triggered a bit of an hourly chart inverted head and shoulders on Serve Robotics. The autonomous theme is live. APLD. What is APLD giving me alert for? Wow, APLD, new highs here. Look at APLD, guys. It's starting to squeeze. There might be another short trade here. So dangerous shorting this market, but APLD, we've acted quite well shorting this vicinity. It's up 13.163%. Let me just be careful of this pattern because market is trending today, guys. This S&P 500 is a full beast mode. Full beast. Holy moly. That is crazy. Strength coming in. Look at this APLD. That's a full beast. Bitcoin and crypto are still struggling, which is kind of interesting, very peculiar. All right, high risk short trade here on APLD, guys. High risk short trade. If you're wanting to take puts, you can take puts. I'm going to go in with some common shares here. I'm just going to want to see it hit 40 bucks. I want to see it hit $40, and then I would short it in my first entry. I'm going to go in 2 tranches on APLD. $40 is my first entry on common shares short. And then I would wait until basically, I would say 60 cents higher from that. All right, so markets are still trying to squeeze here. SPY is still holding steady. Come on, APLD, give me the short, give me the short. APLD is starting to come in again. Not really looking to chase it to the downside unless it hits my level. Look at this Serve Robotics, guys. Let's squeeze it, baby. Squeeze it. Come on. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze it. Our $17 calls for Serve are deep in the money, guys. Our Serve Robotics calls are deep in the money. Beautiful to see. I like it a lot. Come on, Serve. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze it. Market is still holding some positive technical structure here, guys. IWM just printed a new high. Marijuana stocks are catching a little bit of a bid now. Robinhood up a couple percent. CoreWeave doing well. Let's look at some of our mega caps here. Apple, look at Apple just ripping. Microsoft catching that bid. Nvidia is still kind of off of its highs. So imagine the Nvidia retests its highs, it could push the S&P quite higher here. So you got to watch Nvidia, because if Nvidia retests its highs, SPY is going higher, guys. SPY is looking like a bit of a trender today. Crazy move. Again, Ouster trying to push right back to the highs. Nice profits there this morning with members. That was a big trade there on Ouster. Webull's trying to make another little push here, guys. Webull. INVZ still trying to make a push here, guys. So nice profits. Again, we've traded Bloom Energy once today, guys. BE, we netted just over 40% on those put options, first trim. We took 70% gain on Ouster. In the member options group, we took 100% gain on CRML puts, so we're banking profits. And there's quite a bit of positions that are still working well. Serve Robotics, guys, our $17 calls are continuing to print. Look at this name go, guys. It is starting to absolutely rip to the upside here. Insane price action. Go, Serve, go. Serving up some gains here. Pump it. Absolutely pump it. Look at Serve now hitting 18 bucks. Boom! Up 9.48%, guys. Look at that. Beautiful daily chart breakout. That weekly chart is trying to really push. I mean, we could see Serve off of this weekly chart pattern squeeze all the way up to plus 32 bucks. This thing is in full squeeze mode ever since it announced that DoorDash partnership for autonomous robot deliveries, expanding its agreements. It has a partnership with Uber. It has partnership with Dash now. S&P is in full squeeze mode. Full squeeze. Cody also trying to rip out of its little bit of a consolidation intraday. Now we have Webull starting to participate. I would love to see Webull start to squeeze next, guys. Come on. Webull has kind of underperformed by a large degree. S&P is ripping here, guys. Ripper. Ripper, ripper, ripper. You're starting to get some broadening out here. Everything is catching that bid. BlackBerry, also BlackBerry's catching some volume now, guys. Keep your eye on BB. BlackBerry trying to break out of this little bit of a bearish gap breakdown. BlackBerry now up 2%, potentially a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on BlackBerry's hourly chart. If this can break out of this little formation here, you got quite a bit of upside, which this could actually play out today. You could be looking for 480 price target today on BlackBerry. Again, we are long BB. Come on. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. S&P still looking remarkably strong. Can't stop, won't stop. Dollar is trying to catch a bid. Tesla up 1.5, Meta up 1.7, Google up 1.4, Apple up 1.5, Nvidia up 1.5, Microsoft up 0.54, Amazon up 0.32. Your Russell 2000 is up 1.78%, leading the charge. QQQ's second strongest index up 1.24. JP Morgan having a stellar day today. Crazy day today. Crazy day. Wow, ENVX up 8.5%, almost testing $14 there. That is filthy, 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 filthy. Go, Weeble, go. Come on. IONQ and quantum stocks are seeing a little bit of distribution here. So looking a little bit choppy and sloppy here, potentially a little bit of a head and shoulders formation on IONQ. It actually has triggered it. So a decent breakdown here on IONQ, guys. Other names like Rigetti coming in pretty sharply here. QBTS coming in pretty sharply. Looks like QBTS is going to go negative. So watch out if you're long quantum. They are going through a bit of sell side pressure today. Bitcoin now trying to catch that bid. S&P 500 just remarkably strong here. Look at this IWM ripping to the upside. I mean, what a freaking day on this market. Crazy. This market is just relentless. Relentless. All right, Bloom Energy guys starting to come back in. We still have some runners short. Half the position still looking for a potential gap and crack to the downside. Come on. BlackBerry. Let's see what BlackBerry wants to do here. Can this name squeeze itself? Can it squeeze to the upside? KSS guys, Coles is now catching a little bit of a breakout bid, so you could see some short squeezes, guys. KSS, I'm in writing some lottos that I don't expect to play out, but nevertheless, if they start to squeeze some of these names, let's look at DNUT, Donut, Krispy Kreme, trying to push here. Nike, acting quite well, still consolidating. Vistra, still holding near the highs. SE, still holding near the highs here. Canopy Growth, trying to push here just a little bit. Market is still in full bull mode, guys. Full bull mode. It's 10:09. We got a lot of stocks ripping. QSI up 24, AMD up 6.3, Big Bear struggling, Lithium Americas Corp struggling, Open Door struggling, NVTS up 19%, Bitfarms up 7.3. All right, SPY could use a bit of a breather here, guys. I mean, it's just remarkably strong here, but you get a back test of this opening range high, and it's likely a bit of a buy opportunity. Dust in the dust, yep. Vixberry. Yeah, everything, you can't really short much in this tape right now. It's craziness. So the market's still looking a bit trendy, guys. It's still looking pretty decent. You're getting a little bit of profit taking, softening, which is natural after a big push here. Serve is still trying to push. Crazy day. Still trendy here. Again, I wouldn't be surprised with a small dip here. Serve Robotics still trying to push. Market is still acting very, very well here, guys. Very well. BABA up nicely, 2.8%. BlackBerry taking a bit of a breather. Webull taking a bit of a breather. Crude oil softening some more. Energy stocks are coming in just a little bit here. AMD softening just a bit here. Serve Robotics still hanging in there. Market is still trending, guys. A little bit of a consolidation breather is healthy. We haven't even had a real pullback back test. I mean, this was kind of your initial back test and then just absolutely broke it. So if they give you a pullback back to your opening range high, that is your first aggressive level. Serve Robotics is still trying to squeeze, guys. Still trying to squeeze. Bloom Energy still holding above 120. Wow, that coot. So seed stocks, nat gas still under pressure. Crazy. Crude oil still softer than ever. Enphase Energy trying to break here still. Chipotle Mexican Grill still having a stellar day. CMG. Everything is green across the board, guys. Pretty much everything, except a little bit of distribution in your quantum names, which granted they are due, but every sector in the S&P 500 is green, looking like a bit of a trender today, guys. Your best performing sector today is XLK and XLRE, and retail's having a strong day. So those three sectors are ripping. Utilities having a strong day as well. AMD just printed a new high. Crazy session. Crazy. Come on, Weeble. Give me the breakout. Give me the breakout, Weeble. Give us the breakout. Weeble is trying here. OUST are up 8.7. Other LiDAR stocks are still ripping. AMD is still a monster right now. Ethereum still down 0.84, but trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Nvidia still up 1.5%, just off of its highs. AMD just printed another new high, guys. AMD is a ripper today. Absolute ripper. IWM still in full beast mode right now. Full beast mode, guys. SE still doing well. DraftKings still up a couple. Vistra Energy up 4. NVIX still up 7.19. Adobe's negative. IonQ's negative. Oklo up 8.7. Western Digital up 1.8. Micron is actually underperforming here a little bit. Considering the strength in semiconductors, guys, you know, you look at the two structural different charts. Look at AMD, look at Micron. Micron's actually coming in. AVGO pumping to the high side. Taiwan Semi still acting quite well. But a complete difference in chart patterns. And look at Nvidia, guys. They're trying to float Nvidia back up, which is probably going to help SPY push even higher here. But Micron going through a bit of structural selling here intraday, not really performing too well. SPY is still holding up phenomenally well. Baba up 2.9, Google up 2% and ripping, Snapchat up 1.45, PayPal just slightly green, GDX still up 2.1, Chipotle up 1.42. Wow, look at that PGR down 9.28%, guys. PGR got absolutely smoked today. Crazy. I mean, you have to think there's a trade here, especially into this level. You absolutely knifed through. I was looking for a scalp off of that long level. You got a small bounce, but crazy breakdown. I mean, you've been decimated. You are into a ton of support down here. But weak stock in a strong market, people don't like that. But it probably will catch a bit of a bounce at the end of the day. All right, Serve Robotics still looks a little bit trendy here. BE still has a little bit of top wick distribution, guys. IWM is still holding steady, but coming in just a touch here. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady. QQQ up 1.37, SPY up 1.11, Nat Gas down 0.5%. Leave Nat Gas alone. I don't think the trade is there yet. Netflix, after struggling in the morning, is now trying to turn to the green side. So NFLX trying to push into positive territory. Serve Robotics up 8.69%, slightly off of the highs. Serve looks a little bit trendier here. S&P is starting to come in just a little bit. Gold is still ripping up 4,200, 1.56%. No, can't stop, won't stop gold. Venkat is in SPY puts. Good luck, good luck. AMD is still holding steady, trying to push even higher here. Dollar Tree is trying to firm back up, guys. It's back up 1.2%. So DLTR quietly trying to climb back higher here. Again, I never took my profits off of the open, even though it was up higher here. The spread was just too high on the contracts, the call options. So I'm still holding my $100 January calls. I think that it could easily retest the highs. Maybe not today, but in the coming sessions. So I still am holding DLTR. We are up quite substantially on our call options. Again, I'm averaging 330. But the spread was just too wide. I didn't want to, close them just for the sake of losing some gains, as we still have a ton of time into the January timeframe. So we'll see if that can firm up over the coming hours here. Again, we're still up $3.50 a contract, well over 100% gain here on DLTR, so we'll still see if we can push. Obviously, saying I was looking at VIX, do you think it could go lower a bit more? Yeah, if the markets close up in this vicinity, guys, they're going to new all-time highs. So the day's still young. We got to see. VIX is still somewhat elevated, which is saying that investors are still slightly concerned and buying some downside protection. They're not really selling their longs, hence the market is strong, but they're just buying a little bit of downside protection. But if SPY closes here, guys, we're easily making new all-time highs. So we'll have to assess, right? Come the market close, we'll have to really assess what the S&P wants to do here. Look at Serve, ripping, push it. $17 calls are starting to rip some more, guys. Come on, baby. Come on. Beautiful. I love it. Absolutely love it. Go, Serve, go. And the reason Serve is so strong, guys, is it's breaking out of a weekly chart here. Look at this inverted head and shoulders. It is a stunning breakout. Huge momentum, guys. Huge momentum. Let's go, serve. So again, we got to watch to see how SPY reacts here. Usually, if we look at where we are, we're well above the 7-day moving average. 7 days trading at 665.90, guys, on SPY, which is pretty crazy. Again, we could easily come back down to test that 665.90, but currently speaking, markets close here, we're very likely to go to new all-time highs. So we got to watch it closely. We definitely do. But full bull mode in the market right now, acting very, very well. Serve Robotics pushing, ripping here. Bloom Energy, guys, coming down. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at A-Lab. A-Lab partnered with ARM today, guys. ARM. Whoops, why can't I type that in? ARM. So A-Lab partnered with ARM today. The stock has been beaten up to a pulp. Keep it on your radar. If this one were to fill that gap, I would maybe trade on the long side today. Go, serve, go. Ripping. New high of day. Rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Ripping. AMD still a filthy beast. XOM still trying to push here. You do have a little bit of selling creeping into the Russell 2000, guys. Just a little bit of selling. Dollar Tree spread is starting to tighten up, which is what I like to see. Serve is now up 10%, serving up some gains, guys. We eatin'. It's been a great week in the option trading group. Lots of profits extracted. Today we closed 2 swing trading positions in the option trading group. Here comes potentially the next leg higher in SPY. KSS. KSS is also close to squeezing. Wow, Serve Robotics is full squeeze mode, guys. Full bull. Full bull mode. Look at Serve rip here. It is paying us. Love it. 1823 new high of day on deck, guys. We could see this 19 targets a 1920. That's filthy. IWM still softening just a little bit. Let's look at our megas here. Apple taking a little bit of a breather coming in. Microsoft still holding technical structure, trying to break out above that opening range high. Amazon struggling just a little bit, looking a little bit weaker than some of your mega cap tech. Tesla looking full bull. Look at that breakout, guys, on Tesla. Tesla could easily sweep the 443 high pivot here. Tesla's trying to break out of a massive little high pivot reversal zone. Meta absolutely looking fully bullish right now. Nvidia is still kind of middling, but I think they're going to try to float Nvidia up here. AMD absolutely just a complete ripper to the upside. You look at your SOXX, that's trying to break out of its opening range high. Market is still in a complete solid uptrend on the session today, unless we get some sort of a tape bomb. IWM is backtesting its opening range high here, still looking remarkably strong. S&P 500 trying to form a bit of a 10-minute chart bull flag. We will see if it can break out to the upside here. Go, serve, go. Squeeze this name higher. Come on, serve. Get to 19 bucks today. Come on, baby. BlackBerry still holding some technical structure, trying to make a little bit of a breakout move. Come on, BlackBerry, rip it, rip it, rip it. Webull also still holding some technical 10-minute structure, trying to get above this volume shelf point of control zone. It's been consolidating there for really the last couple days. I still think Webull is going to get a move higher. What we've seen recently on Webull's chart is selling in the morning and then afternoon ripping. So maybe there's just a little bit more selling that's occurring in Webull here in the morning as the volume trends are high. And then often you see Webull catch that afternoon bid. So we will see what happens there. Coming in just a little bit here. Serve is still acting exceptionally well. OUST are still up 8%. Again, we took our full profits there. $40 calls printed from yesterday. 90% gain in one trading session. That's insane. Nat gas is starting to come in just a little bit more, guys. Natural gas softening here. I'm watching that one intently as there might be a tradable level today. Let's look at the resource stocks. AR is up 1.9% on my other screen. EQT having a stellar day. That's up 3%. RRC ripping to the high side today. Interesting. All right, what else we got? Come on, KSS. Start to squeeze coals. I want to see coals squeeze. Squeeze it. AMD still holding some technical structure. Crude oil still softening a little bit here, guys. IWM coming in just from its highs, still up 1.53%, but softening just a little bit here. Dollar Tree starting to rip a little bit more, guys. DLTR now up 1.75, doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. It could retest the highs today. It could. We will find out. Calls are starting to wake up even more now, guys. All right, S&P 500 still holding in. Your Russell is starting to come in just a little bit here, guys. It's starting to lose its opening range high. AMD's got a little bit of top wick distribution building here. Little bit of selling coming in. Serve is not really stopping here. I like it a lot. Serve is eaten. Serve is eaten. Crude oil trying to bounce. Your dollar's trying to bounce. Bitcoin and crypto still struggling. Amazon just went negative, guys. Netflix is negative. Carvana still having a solid day, up 4.67%. CVNA ripping. ASTS up 2.84. Rocket Labs up 7%. IONQ still struggling. Costco, good day. Micron has firmed up. Humana, another down day. Disney up 1%. Copper stocks catching a little bit of a bid today. SCCO leading the charge. Unity Software, stellar day. Silver up 2.75. Regional banks negative on the session. ASTS, guys, starting to get a little bit distributive here. Some profit taking is observed. Rocket Lab still holding quite steady. QBTS still acting very, very well. Service still ripping. Let's look at Costco. Costco having a ripper. Walmart having a ripper. Continuation move off of its OpenAI partnership. Interesting. Let's look at Humana. Humana's still acting quite well. Look at Serve up 11%, guys. Holy moly. That's a filthy beast, Serve. Come on, squeeze it. Squeeze it. What is Serve's short interest? Let me just see if I can pull that up, guys. Because it might be setting up for a short squeeze here. Serve Robotics, short interest. Let's see. Serve Robotics currently has a short interest of approximately 11.6 million shares, representing a 27.5% of its float. Whoa, 1.7 days to cover. Yikes. That's probably gone down, but holy moly. Above 20% short interest in Serve, guys. That's what's going on right now. Breakout, short squeeze, you're getting the bulls buying, you're getting the shorts covering. That's a recipe for gains. Serve is squeezing. Again, there will be some big swings, but what you want to see is on the dips, do you get high volume covering occurring? That's crazy. IWM softening just a little bit here, guys. Let's see what the volume on the first hour here is on Serve. Yeah, that's a solid volume candle. We just formed that hourly candle. Look at that volume. Above the average. Not as much as this Thursday hourly candle, but still an impressive amount of volume traded there on Serve. Anonymous asking TMF thoughts. Long dated calls are cheap. Let's look at TMF for Anonymous. All right, weekly chart. You're at the high of a range. Trying to break out here. Daily chart looks solid. You back tested that EMA, big bounce. You could have a small pullback. I think you get a small pullback here on TMF and then a breakout. So any sort of a dip I think is a buy on TMF. Not a bad looking chart. You can see this W formation that triggered a breakout here. That's a very strong W breakout. Higher low. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. The next resistance that I'm seeing is really up here. That's going to be your next big resistance around 45 bucks or so. Yeah, 20-year bond. I'm bullish UBT. So that's personally what I hold common shares in. My average on UBT is 1644 down here. That's a long-term hold that I've just been accumulating in since last year. But I'm bearish bond. I'm bearish yields, bullish bonds. So I'm also in a levered play. Look at Serve, guys, starting to rip here. But I mean, if you look at the 20-year yield, you know, right at the lows, triggering potentially a lowercase h pattern. You know, there's your H. You're about to break down. Now you look at the 10-year yield, also on the precipice of breaking down. So I like that. All right, guys, BlackBerry trying to punch through the highs here, guys. BlackBerry is trying to punch through the highs here. You can see it's breaking out intraday, starting to squeeze just a little bit here. Very good to see. SPY still holding technical structure. Very strong tape at this point. BlackBerry starting to go here. Let's see if we can squeeze BlackBerry. Small equity. Got a potentially a lot of momentum. Go BlackBerry, go. No problem, Anonymous. All right, crude oil and the dollar are trying to bounce a little bit. Crude and the Dixie are trying to bounce. Amazon's struggling right now. Ouster back up 10%. BlackBerry trying to break here. Serve still up 18.4. S&P coming in just a touch here. Gold still strong. Yields are still kind of flat-ish. AMD is still a ripper. Absolute ripper, guys. Dollar Tree still climbing, doing the good old-fashioned float and grind. SE strong day. ENVX is squeezing. Vistra Corp still squeezing. Micron strong. Baba still strong. Duolingo pushing. Look at Serve Robotics, guys. Still squeezing. Full-fledged squeeze mode. This is a short squeeze that's occurring, guys. It is a clear short squeeze that I think is occurring in Serve. Again, you have a 27% short interest in serve, and it's probably dropped down to 20% or so with this last move, but serve is ripping. Go, go, go. IWM is still softening a little bit here, guys. So the Russell's starting to come in just a touch. Market is still holding positive strength. This is healthy, just a little bit of backing and filling. It's very minor pullback. Trend is still strong, guys. Even if you were to fall back to your opening range high, the trend on the S&P is still very, very strong. All right, so I'm not expecting too big of a dip, but if for some reason you do retest opening range high, that is a bit of a long here. Bit of a long. You know, a couple of the names that are continuously seeing unrelenting strength. So look at Chipotle as well, guys. CMG. Again, we are long common shares off of the 4023 area. This has triggered an inverted head and shoulders. That should give us a decent upside move. Should be looking for about a 10 to 15% gain. All right, your S&P is starting to sell off just a little bit here. IWM is softening as well. Nvidia down, or Nvidia only up 0.92%, so it's still giving up half of its gains, more than half its gains. Ethereum and crypto are still struggling quite a bit, guys. Look at ETH. ETH is not looking too hot here, considering the strength in the market. Look at this serve robotics chart, guys. That is just filthy. I mean, my oh my. You are ripping today. A little bit of resistance coming into play on serve, guys. There is a little bit. Serve robotics, guys. Our calls are absolutely printing. The spread is starting to blow out on serve, guys. The spread is starting to blow out. Come on, serve. A little bit more. S&P still softening just a little bit. IWM curling down. We'll see if they get a bit of a buy. Come on, serve. Let's see a blow-off move on serve. I'd love to see it. I just sent out another alert in the options group. Booked another 45% profit. All right, so definitely check out that alert. S&P still softening quite a bit here. AMD coming in. Your Russell 2000 is starting to come in. Look at ENVX, guys. Holy moly. $14 on deck for ENVX. This is another one we've been discussing for quite a long time since it broke out here. It's just been a one-way freight train. Insane price action. S&P 500 still acting quite well. Come on, BlackBerry. BlackBerry looks like it wants to go, guys. It looks like it wants to try to go here. All right, S&P running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Little bit of selling coming in. IWM starting to look a little bit weaker. You've had the Qs and IWM compress a little bit, where they're kind of neck and neck now. So the IWM is trying to lose a little bit of that leadership. So watch out for some of those high flying, high beta stocks. They could be coming under a little bit of pressure. That Carvana, and you look at what's causing weakness in the Russell is your regional banks. KRE starting to come in. Maybe there's a short on some of our bigger financials. PNC still weak. Look at PNC, guys, down 4.41%. So that's what's weighing the Russell down right now through regional banks. That's the concern. Still starting to get weighed in on, guys. KRE. New lows there, guys. Regional banks are coming under some serious pressure today. Remember, it's the biggest sector of the IWM. Amazon trying to go back to the positive side. Nat gas now down 1.31%, guys. Let nat gas fall. Nat gas looks like it wants to take out the lows on the session. I like it. I like it a lot. Take it down, nat gas. Take it downtown. I'd love to see it fall. Do I have it? Yep, I do have an alert there. Cool. Oh yeah, how look at that Russell coming in hot and heavy, guys. Russell 2000 looking a little bit dicier here. They could be gapping and cracking that Russell 2000. You got a long way down on that IWM. A long way down. Oof. Things are looking a little bit dicier here. Your Russell's looking a little bit weak, guys. Looking a little bit weaker here. Starting to see some distribution in the tape. A few stocks are turning negative here across the board. LAES negative. Lithium Americas Corp negative. Big Bear AI under pressure. Rigetti under pressure. IONQ under pressure. Plug Power. So some of your high flyers that have been unrelenting are seeing some distribution, and it's really your financials through regional banks that are under pressure. XLF, let's see what that's doing. That's starting to come in from the highs. I've been tempted to short financials now that earnings are kind of out of the way. I think that there is potentially a fade on your financial stocks. Hey, look at BAC, still a beast though. Wells Fargo, still a beast. Let's look at Citigroup. Citigroup still acting quite well. What else do we have? Morgan Stanley, MS. Yeah, Morgan Stanley, what a move. Holy. That's impressive. Tempted to fade Morgan Stanley here. Let's look at some put options. Master Sensi looking at dust for a swing. I mean, yeah, I would say I think it is a swing, but gold is just fucking ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how much more it's gonna squeeze. Like, to be honest, I'm shorting gold, but I'm losing on my swing shorts, so um, I lost money on GDX, being fully honest. GDX absolutely crushed me on the short side, so I'm just hesitant, but I would say, yeah, I mean, accumulating common shares sub 10 is a great opportunity. Huge amount of volume here. You got a positive divergence. Why not take a stab for sure? Just leave yourself some maneuverability in the event it wants to go higher, but gold is just ridiculous, right? Is it extended? Absolutely. Overbought? Yes. Deviations? Crazy deviations. It's insane right now. So still No, I think nat gas is still going lower. You are tapping the 20-day moving average on nat gas, but I think it can go lower now. We pierced that level in the morning. I got a level that I'm watching on the long side for nat gas. I have an alert set, so if it flushes there today, I'll try to take it on a scalp long. Let's look at some of these crypto stocks here. So BMNR still showing a little bit of strength, but under pressure. SBET slightly green. MARA, that's absolutely looks like a fade with crypto weak. MSTR still holding steady. IREN still holding steady. Cypher mining potentially a little bit of a doji candle building. Look at this NEXT. This is showing some strength today off of the lows. Very, very strong. AMD is still an absolute beast. Serve Robotics, guys, is starting to soften a little bit. Serve Robotics is starting to soften. Look at that Russell 2000. IWM is getting faded here slightly, a little bit more. Sorry, I missed your message there. GMPX going nuts. GNP, whoops. Yeah, GMPX. I don't even know what this does. Genprex up 230%. It's wild. It's freaking wild today. Yeah, you're into the 1-year moving average. So that's 84.59. Big resistance there. If you start getting a close back above that area, you can maybe try to trade it on the long side, but very, very tough ticker. Your Russell still coming in a little bit, trying to bounce at 251, looking somewhat heavier here. See what those DLTR calls are now. Russell's still coming in. Guys, I'm moving up my DLTR stop loss on my call options to $6, so deep in the money. I'm protecting my DLTR trade, $6. So it's just under 100%. Again, my average is 330 on those $100 Jan calls, but I just want to protect the trade. So $6 hard stop on DLTR. Okay, that's the member option swing. Serve Robotics coming in. So again, nice job trimming a bit of profits here, guys. We did send out that alert about 15 minutes ago to trim half of our serve calls. So good job, seeing a nice little resistance. You are into a bit of daily chart resistance, as seen by this parallel channel. You're kind of into this previous little resistance zone here. I still think it's going to push higher, but coming under a little bit of pressure with that Russell 2000. We'll see if the Russell is going to end the day with a bit of a daily topping tail. It is coming in a little bit harder here, guys. So Russell's starting to soften up just a little bit here. Looking a little bit nasty. We did send out a new option trading alert as well. Venkat is in SPY calls. Good luck. Good luck. SPY, that's not a bad area. Trying to hold a bit of a double bottom here. So there's a pretty defined risk. If you're wanting to trade that alongside, you would just keep your stop loss kind of tight against these lows. If you get sort of a 2 or 3 minute close below these lows, that would be your risk on the trade, but not a bad area. Almost a falling wedge pattern on your 1 minute chart building, so maybe there's one more little dip lower, but you can see it's a decent sized falling wedge pattern on your 1 minute SPY chart trying to break out here. You might get one more move down. Let's just see where this would take us. So yeah, you could get one move down to about the 668. That's your Fibonacci retrace level, guys. 668.32 doesn't look bad. So again, nice profits today, guys, in the options group. Stunning gains. Ouster 70% gain. CRML puts 100% gain. Serve, we banked 45% on our first trim. Dollar Tree, we're protecting those gains. That's up well over, let me just see here. Dollar Tree, we're up over 125%, 130% now. So those calls still keep going. Nice breakout there on SPY. Really good breakout. SMR is still doing wonderfully well. That's up 18. QBTS up 6.87. QuantumScape having a stellar day. That's up 11.85%. AMD ripping and roaring up 8.62. Archer Aviation's flying today up 11.67%. RXRX up 12.39. LAC Lithium Americas Corp. Stellar. Not a bad down day considering the gains it's had. It's only down 2.39. Open Doors slightly positive. PFAI up 67.59%. What the hell is this PFAI? Pinnacle Food Group Limited? I don't even know what that is. Food company. OpenAI acting somewhat okay, reversing off of the lows. Strong price action in NVTS, guys. Look at that breakout on NVTS semiconductors. Huge mover. This is your next kind of squeezing semiconductor name that's catching a lot of attention. Bitfarms still acting well, coming in slightly from the highs. OMER. Omer still holding some technical structure. Took a BBAI here. BBI still hasn't given that confirmed breakout yet. LAES really coming in here, guys. ASTS also looks pretty weak off the highs. Looks like it could go negative. Plug Power today, that is seeing some weakness. Look at this coot, guys. Soybean, ripping. DFLI, ripping. Vistra still trying to hold that technical breakout, consolidating quite nicely intraday, guys. VST looks like it might want to take its next leg higher. SE going for another high of day breakout, looking pretty good. Let's look at Boeing. Boeing still trying to firm up. Nike is getting sold into just a little bit. DLTR still trying to push up a little bit, back above its EMA. Let's look at Robinhood here. Robinhood is trying to bounce just a touch. Palantir, nice bounce for Palantir today. Yeah, Webull is consolidating quite nicely, but it hasn't given us that breakout yet. It's close. It's building almost a flag pattern, and again, Webull is a stock that breaks out in the afternoon. It seems that institutions sell it in the morning and then they pump it on light volume in the afternoon. I still like Webull. You know, it's trying. It's trying to break out here. It's actually putting in a nice little consolidation pattern. So it's trying. Huh. Uranium still at 4.4. PayPal back to the negative side. Seeing a little bit more distribution in your Russell 2000, your IWM breaking down, guys. IWM breaking down. Again, guys, please hit that like button on the stream if you have not. IWM still looking soft, guys. You're seeing some weakness creeping in back into your regional banks. You're also seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into your financial stocks, guys. So keep your financials on watch. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. We'll see what happens here. IWM looking a little bit heavier. Russell 2000 still looking a little bit heavier here. Weakness through excuse me, my voice, I need some water. Weakness through regionals. You're back testing the falling wedge pattern, guys. This is a better risk to reward on SPY. Better risk to reward. I still think you can maybe retest this Fibonacci zone that we're coming into very closely here. Yeah, oil's an interesting one, right? Oil's just keeps grinding lower and lower. You are into some support here at 58, but yeah, you can go lower. You can go lower. You're at a I would say it's not a major support level. It's more of a intermediate support level. So you could definitely see a little bit more selling, but I would say it's probably going to chop around here between 58 to call it 61-ish. That's I think it's going to build a little bit of a new range. So um, it's interesting crude, but softening on falling demand. It seems that crude oil is starting to price in a little bit of economic weakness. Either that or it's just seemingly the extra infrastructure from the Trump administration. It's kind of hard to tell yet, but typically crude oil does fall before your major indices. There's a lot of historical analysis that you can do in terms of previous economic weaker cycles where you see crude oil start to fall sharply lower before your main indices. There's been a lot. Actually, I'll save that video for members another day. We'll talk about it. But it's very, it could be a little bit of a leading indicator for the economy. I gotta watch for it. All right, so S&P bouncing off that lower boundary wedge. You can see it's still trying to hold steady. Your Russell 2000 is catching a bit of a bid. See, you're just chopping around. Still could go lower here. AMD still surging up 9% on the session. AMD can't stop, won't stop. It's unbelievable. Server Robotics still up about 10%. Ouster still up about 7.2. Archer still trying to press a little bit here. All right, guys, I'm just gonna go mute on the mic. I have a phone call here that I have to prep for. Um, Still gonna watch the charts here. If anything changes, I will let you know. But nice job taking some profits in the morning session in the option trading group. Still looking at Dollar Tree, guys. Members, if Dollar Tree reaches that $100 level, I'll look to trim that position. Um, Other than that, thank you all for tuning in. I'm still going to be here, but I'm just going to be on mute for a little bit since the volume trends are lightening out. Again, SPY is still technically in a very strong uptrend on the session. The only troublesome price action you got to watch is that Russell 2000 and your regional banks financials are seemingly weighing in on the performance of this market. Despite the weakness in your regional banks, the indices are still extraordinarily bullish today, unless we start to violate some opening range high levels. It's super interesting here. Super interesting. We are falling pretty sharply here on SPY. We are getting cracked below that opening range high here. Not a good sign for the equity markets. They are coming in super duper hard. Super duper hard. Everything's actually getting liquidated here across the board. Net sells coming in. Huge, huge push to the downside. Really big push. Everything's starting to fall pretty sharply here, guys. We are into Fibonacci level. This is a bearish area that the S&P is starting to lose, guys. This is technically support, this high pivot. But if we start losing that zone, things are looking nasty, real filthy. So good job trimming longs, guys. Again, we did take a new put option trade, and that's already trying to work out. Looking at that ouster again, looking at it for a little bit of a long scalp, but things are coming in hot and heavy. Hot and heavy now. AMD still up 8%. Dollar Tree still holding steady. But coming in a little bit. BlackBerry got slapped down. S&P. Look at the fall coming in, guys. Nasty liquidations, guys, in SPY. That is getting filthy. Wow, they are looking like they're trying to gap and crack this market down. What is selling here? Let's see what sector is selling. XLF coming in hard. XLV coming in hard. XLK coming in hard. Your SOXX. So a lot of your sectors. Look at industrials going negative on the tape. That is filthy, guys. Industrials are getting absolutely clobbered here. So you're now seeing some weakness into the market. Big level for your S&P 500. This is an hourly chart retest of that upsloping breakout trend line. So this is where they should defend the market if you're wanting to try to scoop up some aggressive day trading calls. Now's the time. You're doing a liquidity sweep of your opening range low on the Russell 2000. Crazy. Um, It's getting there. You have to see how this 10-minute candle closes, and then if you get a confirmed break of your opening range low, it becomes a fade. But they're fading this market pretty hard right now. Again, that's why we did take some profits in the morning session. All right, guys, I'm gonna close out my Dollar Tree calls because it's getting some heavy selling here. Actually, you know what? It's holding steady. The market's selling that name. Oof, they're actually gonna sell it. Yeah, I'm gonna take full profits on my Dollar Tree calls, guys. This market's coming in hot and heavy. I don't even know if there's news, but I'm closing out all of my DLTR call options, guys. 770 exit. We are falling sharply here. So I locked in profits on Dollar Tree, guys. 132% gain on DLTR call options, guys. Closed the position just because the markets are getting super duper heavy here. Not really liking what I'm seeing in the markets in a sense for certain positions. So Dollar Tree is finished on that trade. We can always look at it later again. Wow, full force selling coming into play, guys. A lot of stocks are getting clobbered. A lot of stocks are getting clobbered. Look at that full-fledged sell in the indices, guys. We are testing opening range low here. Markets are coming under some significant pressure. This is getting real nasty. Real nasty. IWM coming in hot and heavy. Looks like a short, but I would wait for a bit of a bounce here if they give it to you, and then you can look to fade it. So cracking that opening range low on the indices is never a good sign. You are coming into a little bit of support, which is your prior day high. So They could try to bounce the markets here, but that is a pretty decent sized sell-off in the equity market right now. Really, really nasty. AMD is still holding technical strength. Ouster has almost gone negative. Crazy. Bloom Energy back under 120. Everything is starting to sell off here, guys. Some of your leading stocks are starting to give up the goods. You know, you look at IREN, that name has absolutely imploded from the highs. You look at quantum names, IONQ, absolutely getting slapped down here. Rigetti, Anonymous put in that heavy open interest at the $50 strike on Rigetti, which is still quite a bit lower. But that was a pretty hard decline, guys. Very hard decline in the market. Serve saw a nice decline there as well. So good job taking profits off of that name. I'd love to see Ouster go negative. I would love to re-enter Ouster again. It's a strong breakout, back tests. It's a weekly chart breakout, still building. I'm going to try to scalp Ouster long, guys. I'm going to try to scalp Ouster long. I'm going to look at an aggressive $39 call play. It's very aggressive. Oh, why is that spread so high? Why is that spread so high? Ah, the spread is so wide on Ouster. Let's go a little bit farther out. Let's go next week. $39 calls for next week aren't that bad. Morgan Stanley coming in. Coinbase has gone negative. Amazon struggling. Bitcoin getting slapped around. Nat gas still coming in. Dixie still sold off. Gold still holding steady but below 4,200. Markets are still looking pretty filthy here, guys. Pretty filthy. This is a nasty sell. This is a really nasty sell, and this is why the moves are so much bigger, right? UVXY still a little bit elevated here. Yeah, Russell's coming in hard, guys. IWM falling, underperforming the Qs now. Ouster coming in. I like it. Your dollar is cratering, guys. DXY cratering. Tesla only up 0.84. Nvidia barely positive. Microsoft barely positive. Just when I was going to eat some food, we get some crazy action here. Yeah, so the market's under quite a bit of pressure. Nice, Peter booked 60% on IWM puts. Well done. Well done. Wild swings in the market. It's always nice to have an elevated VIX, guys. It makes trading pretty impressive. All right, you're getting some weakness in a lot of these quantum names. You're getting some weakness in these LiDAR names. So great job taking profits early on in the morning. Open Door still green. Archer seeing some selling. Lithium Americas Corp coming in. Wow, look at RR, guys, doing a full round trip as well. Oh no, that's different. I was looking at RXRX. RXRX coming in. AMD starting to sell a little bit. LAC breaking down a bit. Archer Aviation seeing a little bit. Rigetti now down 5.97. Big Bear AI collapsing here, guys. Look at BBAI. That is just filthy. This market could be in for a little bit of troublesome price here, guys. Nvidia flailing around, looking pretty weak. Nasty, nasty. MU, let's look at that. SOXX. It's trying to firm up. Markets are starting to look a little bit heavier here. We are going through a full-fledged sell here, guys. This is looking nasty. If we lose prior day low on that Russell, things are going to get downright filthy. Downright dirty. We are at a technical support level, hitting some 5-minute chart support. This is your previous consolidation zone on the S&P 500. Venkat played puts and booked 30%. Nice job. Nice job. Your dollar's absolutely cratering right now, guys. Your DXY is filthy, filthy selling going on. Market is heavy. Look at that SPY absolutely collapsing, guys. Your next support level now. We are seeing some heavy distribution in the tape, guys. I would really only trade it on the long side. Down around here, guys. 662.55 is where they could try to flush it to. You should get a bounce. 5-minute EMA, 618 retrace, pierce of the prior day high. There's quite a bit of factors here for a small scalping bounce, just as a heads up. But just be careful. This market now is a little bit more vulnerable. The bulls have a lot of work to do now to get back above this key upsloping trend line and this little bit of a previous high pivot. So that that Monday, September 25th high pivot is what I'm looking for the bulls to try to recapture. But so far, a little bit of a nasty breakdown occurring. Never a good sign. IWM backtesting an hourly chart support level. Again, a lot of stocks that were ripping throughout the course of the day have given up a lot of their goods. You know, you look at these LiDAR stocks, OUST coming in quite sharply, Serve coming in quite sharply here. QuantumScape still selling quite a bit. Archer Aviation giving up the lion's share of its gains. Tesla right now also looking a little bit weaker. Apple starting to find a little bit of support off that 10-minute EMA, but now into that gap window looking a little bit more fragile. Microsoft has just been pinned in a very choppy consolidation range, but looking a little bit weak. Amazon having that bullish bounce and now getting sold into as well, looking like Amazon can easily go much, much lower. Meta right now holding still above its opening range low, retesting prior day high. It could bounce here, but again, also looking quite weak. You got Nvidia looking super weak. Nvidia's already cracked its opening range low. Next support is really only at this kind of triple bottom prior day low zone, but looking somewhat fragile. AMD is still holding technical structure at the highs. Micron starting to lose its opening range low, looking very, very weak. Western Digital still above its OR low, but again looking weak, like it could go lower. Seagate STX starting to come in just a little bit. AVGO still holding technical strength. This one could easily bounce. TSM right now looking a little bit weaker, slightly above its prior day high. Looks like it wants to test 300 at minimum. Google right now looking a little bit weaker. Looks like Google wants to at least retest its opening range high. Should get a bounce there, but the S&P is coming in, guys. I'm looking at a scalp long off of this 662 area. A pierce of this upsloping trend line into a nice little volume POC zone. They would take it, bounce it just before the gap there. But yeah, that's a nice sell. Nice sell. Let's run through some of these financials again. Regional banks took it on the chin. XLF, almost negative on XLF. Go figure, eh? Real estate starting to come in quite a bit. XLK still up 1%. Industrials did the full-on gap and crack. Look at them sell industrials, guys. Remember, industrials have been a very strong sector of the market, but industrials now coming in pretty precipitously, falling very, very sharply. Utilities are still holding up relatively well on the session, still up 0.8. Energy has done the good old-fashioned gap and crack, so that's starting to come in. QQQ still looking somewhat weak here, trying to hold prior day. Again, IWM is now into that gap window. The IWM is making lower lows intraday. We are in trouble. We are in trouble. Looking at Bloom Energy, BE looks like it wants to go lower. Let's look at MP. Look at MP, guys. That's getting absolutely slapped down. CRML looking like a bit of a bear flag pattern. Looking at crypto, BTC again. BTC still coming lower here, making new lows on the session. S&P still getting knifed on right now. It's looking pretty heavy in this market, guys. Crypto high computing stocks are dumping. Yep, quantum stocks are dumping. Iron, Cypher, Wolf, Rigetti, I1Q. All these high beta names are seeing some pretty strong selling right now. Your S&P 500 is looking like it's doing that potential gap and crack. I say potentially because it hasn't done it yet, but it's looking a little bit weaker here. We're still seeing the markets under a bit of pressure. Let's see what happens here. Serve Robotics almost going negative. Ouster's only up a couple percent now. Again, I'd love to see Ouster, guys. We're going to get a potential re-entry on the swing trade long. After we took a nice chunk of profits this morning off of this wick candle high, Ouster's now looking like it wants to go negative. I would love to buy it again. Give us a re-entry. I'd be very, very grateful for that. So we pulled profits on Dollar Tree, that's starting to come in. We pulled profits on Serve, that's doing a full round trip. We closed our Ouster call options at the highs, that's doing a full round trip. IWM coming in. Again, we did issue another put option play at the highs of the chart. So we're still nimbly trading this market. You have to be very quick and nimble in this market environment. You can see how we went from bullish to now bearish. And your S&P 500 is starting to come in here, guys. Coming in pretty sharply. 664 call, maybe. Thinking about taking a 664 0 DTE. Come on down, SPY. You are coming into some support here. 10-minute chart EMA 113. I think we can still go a little bit lower. 19 votes today. Really, really good poll today, guys. 19 votes in the poll. I'm just going to end it there. But a pretty mixed poll today in the chat. 67% said no, the market will not go negative. 37% said so 63% said no, the market will not go negative. We've done a pretty strong full round trip, almost going negative. We haven't reached that area yet, so we'll see if the group consensus is correct. You have the dollar catching a pretty big bid off of the lows right now. Bitcoin down 2.17. Nat gas still seeing some selling. Gold is now down or only up 1%, so that's giving up quite a bit of its gains. So you are seeing now gold, guys, starting to give up some of his gains. Dust is trying to make a move off of the lows. So again, down 6%. Anonymous saying TMF got wrecked after he went long. Let's look at TMF. Oh my goodness gracious me, yeah. Anonymous. That is crazy. That is crazy. All right, so big bounce in your equity market. Really big bounce. The golden touch for sure. Venkat is in puts. Good luck. They're trying to defend this prior day high area. You can see there's a little bit more relative weakness in your S&P 500. OUST catching a little bit of liquidity, bouncing. Dollar still trying to bounce. Again, it does look like a fade the pop environment in SPY, guys. It looks like a bit of a fade the pop. I'm gonna look at fading this pop as well, guys. I'm gonna do a lotto 650 660 put. I'm gonna do a lotto SPY put 660 put. It's in the market so far. So I'm taking a lotto Put play again, sized for 0 this trade. I'm in a Lotto 660 SPY put. It's very small size, guys. 4 contracts, Lotto 660 SPY put. A Lotto. I will let this position go to 0 if I have to. It's very small. 4 contracts. It's really nothing that's gonna make or break me. It's just some lunch money. We've already extracted quite a bit of profits today. And you are reacting quite well. So we're still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure off that prior day high. Markets have bounced quite nicely here. Um, we'll see if we get a little bit of a bigger continuation. There's a potential head and shoulders formation forming. You're kind of creating the right shoulder formation right now as we speak. Markets are into that gap window, stuck under prior day high on SPY. So technically, you've broken the bullish trend intraday, and we should see resumption of more selling. However, if you start recapturing that OR low, then you could easily keep trending back higher into the session. So we'll see what happens in the tape here. Still have quite a bit of pockets of strength. Nvidia's almost gone negative. Microsoft still slightly green. Google up 1.7, Meta up 1.21, Tesla up 1.14. Financial stocks are still holding up through JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo. Energy stocks have taken on the chin. Industrials have fallen. Quantum stocks still under pressure. Netflix turned green. Your S&P 500 is still trying to hold steady here. Gold still up 1.16. Your VIX briefly tapped to the positive side and now getting sold into again. Nat gas still falling. Looks like nat gas is going to take out the lows. It's down 1.32% and dripping lower and lower and lower. So nat gas is looking fairly bearish intraday. Crude oil still struggling, looking somewhat bearish, maybe forming a right shoulder of an inverse head and shoulders, but in a clear daily and intraday downtrend. S&P still trying to grind a little bit here. They are trying to push it back up, guys. Bitcoin still down 1.87%, but bouncing. Ethereum down 3.78. So the Russell's trying to defend its prior day high. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. Nice job trading in the options trading group. Lots of profits extracted. Again, I'm just still holding a lotto put. Again, understand it's about 140 bucks, so it's nothing that's going to make me lose my shirt or blow my account up. It's minuscule, tiny, tiny amounts. If it hits, it'll pay big. If not, so be it. Great job trimming some of our call option plays in the option trading group. We did issue 2 new alerts today in the option trading group, 2 new positions. So we'll see. Both positions are already starting to, I guess, go in favor. But don't be surprised if the markets want to go negative. It's certainly looking like that. If anything crazy happens, obviously I'll let you know. My target, guys, for these 660s, again, I would trim half into this volume shelf here, TP1, if we were to flush there. And then I would ride for the bigger move down to this low pivot. So we will see if they want to do the good old-fashioned gap and crack. It certainly could. ARM and meta news. Peter's saying there's ARM and meta news. What's the news? ARM pumping here. Meta pumping. Let's look at ALAB because ALAB also has a partnership with ARM, so that could sympathy. But what's the news? That's okay. That's okay. Hmm. I'm gonna step away from a bit, but thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back for Power Hour, if not sooner. Just keep your wits about you. If we lose this critical area, we could see a hard resumption of selling. But so far, you're technically holding a little bit of support intraday. Just jumping back on the mic here. That was absolutely insane. That was absolutely insane. Those lottos absolutely printed, guys. I sold them even early at $1.70. I saw them go all the way up to 270. So from 35 cents to 270, insane. I didn't stay for the whole move, but it hit my targets to a T. So beautiful job if you were able to profit. That is what I'm talking about. Today has been an epic, epic trading day for myself. Money has been made. I would be very careful about going long here. Again, it's tempting because we're in this environment where we've been so accustomed to these massive bull market reversal bounces, but the VIX is elevated right now, guys. You got UVXY pumping, you got yields pumping here. Just be very cautious. We can get a strong bounce, but just be careful. We could easily go right back down to the lows after this initial short covering is into play. You look at what happened today structurally in the market. We've gapped and cracked on the Russell, the S&P. After this little bit of a mean reversion bounce, we could easily go lower, but that was a beautiful trade, guys. Stunning price action. I love it. Okay, and please hit that like button. That was all telegraphed quite a while ago. We said those lottos. So I banked 386% on my runners. That was filthy, guys. That was absolutely filthy. Back in front of my trading station now. Holy shit, I was seeing all of that while I had to make her an errand running out of the house. I was literally had my phones going. I had to pull over on the side of the road to manage those positions. That was insane. Craziness, craziness, guys. Good job if you caught that with us. Excellent job. We hit both of our levels. It was funny. We stopped here, had a minor bounce, and then bang, we just absolutely knifed into that lotto zone. But here you have the markets triggering a bit of that head and shoulders formation, guys. So if we look structurally, we have had an intraday bearish trend breakdown. You look at what we've done today, doing the good old-fashioned gap and crack. Again, we had a huge poll this morning in the chat room. Majority of people said the markets were not going to go negative. And just like that, we went negative. So very, very strong, strong reversal. You have a downside target today, or sorry, near the end of the week, it could flush all the way into 656. I repeat, 656 could be on watch. That was filthy. Look at DLTR. That's also giving up the goods there just a little bit. Everything pretty much saw a nice wave of sell side pressure there. So good job. Great job. Today's been a very profitable session. I'm up quite nicely in the portfolio. What else we got going on? 60 at 245 put. Come on, give us another trend down. Technically, we are in an environment where we short the pops, guys. It is a short the pop environment. But we could have a bounce back to that point of control, which is sitting at 662.60. But that was epic, guys. 386% on my puts. Filthy. Absolutely filthy, guys. Quantum stocks got absolutely slaughtered today. IONQ, Rigetti. Rigetti's trying to bounce right now, but down sharply. A lot of bearish reversals, guys. A lot of bearish reversals. Even look at Ouster, guys. OUST. Full on gap and crack. I mean, great job taking profits this morning. You are seeing some financials starting to come under pressure as well. Take a look at Morgan Stanley, still holding some value, 4.85% on the session. But imagine financials continue to start selling and we get some full-on reversals in Bank of America. Citigroup has gone negative on the session. Looking at Wells Fargo. Craziness. It is certainly crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. AMD still up nicely. Crypto computing stocks also doing that full-on reversal, guys. Looking at BE is continuing to trickle even lower here, guys. Still have half of my put options, the 120 puts, guys. I think BE is going to go down to gap fill, so just be careful with this market. We are hitting some interesting levels here, but would not be surprised if we keep trying to trend a little bit lower. Let's see where we are on the hourly chart here, just so you can get a structural picture. We had that hourly candle close above that bullish level, and then they failed to confirm that breakout, and we've just seen some epic selling. Markets have gapped and cracked. We are looking pretty dicey here. Pretty dicey, guys. The next support, we simply just use this trend line that we bounced off of. You can see we still haven't, we just came very close to kissing that down sloping trend line. 658.60 is where I think we could head to today. 658.60. Obviously markets are getting a nice bounce right now. That was a heavy sell-off, quick sell-off. Peter saying NOK is strong in a weak market. NOK. Said Nokia. Yeah, Nokia is still hanging in there. What a chart though, eh? Crazy. Nasty little daily candle and the Russell forming. Obviously the day's not over. Markets are bouncing quite nicely. Look at the Russell tagging almost at EMA 113. Big bounce on your S&P, guys. Big bounce. Again, the shortable level is technically off of this point of control. I'm going to erase my TP zones since we hit those to a T. That is your next bear TP, guys. Again, the trend is down, guys. So as much as it's tempting to go long, it looks like this market's going to get continuously faded. If we get a retest of this point of control, I will look for more SPY puts. I'll probably jump back into 660 SPY puts, maybe even some more lottos into the end of the day. They could flush us down to 658. I might look at 658s now. We'll see. Zeros, of course. Look at that nasty reversal. Come on, take us much, much lower. This Russell chart can easily have a continuation move down. Russell could fall down to 245 really quickly, guys. Really quickly, the Russell could fall. Ouster almost going negative. Tesla down 0.2, Netflix down 0.81, Apple almost negative, Nvidia down 1%, Microsoft down half, Amazon got slapped. So look at that Amazon, you know. That's why you also have to manage these positions, because Amazon retesting that same area where we went long yesterday in the live trading room, made a nice chunk, and now it's right back down. Pretty crazy. Next area on Amazon, guys, for a really big technical bounce, I think is gap fill. 211.50-ish. 211.50-ish on Amazon. Looks poised. Let's look at Meta real quick. That got faded a little bit. ARM getting faded. How's ALAB doing? ALAB, yet again, another low. Quite impressive to see. BE, CRML. It's been a great day, guys. It's been a great week. Look at CRML. I mean, holy moly, guys. What a drop, eh? Down 24%. Filthy. What a day. Is still set to speak a little bit later today, guys, 3 p.m. Look at the bearish crossover, guys. Nasty. Small caps are still holding up quite well. Even uranium, guys, look at uranium. Nasty reversal. How's Oklo doing again? Oklo going negative. So you're seeing a lot of these high beta stocks starting to come in, guys. Stocks that have been absolutely mooning to the high side are definitely coming in pretty precipitously now. Pretty precipitously. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia now seeing some heavy distribution into that gap zone, looking like it wants to go even lower. Let's look at SMCI. SMCI coming in, AVGO. Now, the one thing that can save this market after hours is TSM earnings, guys. They're expecting a double beat. TSM likely has a double beat, but we got to look at what their margins are like. Let's look at crypto here. So BTC still remaining pretty weak. Ethereum shorts are still paying here. Almost up again, 19%, but looking like Ethereum wants to maybe crack down and test 3760 again. So another couple hundred points off of ETH would not be bad. I think that could happen, but nasty reversals across the board. Not too sure what the news is on marijuana, guys. I was trying to see headlines, but MSOS saw that fat pop, halted. There's a couple headlines regarding a new study, but I don't think that was really the tape bomb that hit it, but never mind. But anyways, it's marijuana stocks are holding steady here in the face of a declining market, and it looks like we've had so much selling, and the S&P is only down 0.17, guys. So just recognize that, right? We're at 130. We're stabilizing, but they could easily slap this market right back down. Easily. It looks to be. I'm going to look for the short. I still want to short this market again, get into some more put options. I'm going to roll into some Some more lottos here into the end of the day. I think they could easily slap us right back down again. To me, that's what it's looking like. Nice short to pop kind of day. Trend is down. We've seen blow-off moves in many stocks that have absolutely given up the goods. I'm looking at a 658 0 DTE. This is going to be another lotto, guys. 658 SPY put 0 DTE. This is going to be very, very aggressive and risky. But you know what? They've slapped the pops at every single turn in this market. Come on, a little bit. Sweep that high pivot. Sweep it, sweep it, sweep it, sweep it. Your dollar's trying to get a little bit of a bid here. All right, guys, I just grabbed a small little position in SPY puts. 658 lotto, size it for loss, please. Size it for loss. I only got 3 contracts. So again, I'm just taking a little bit of profits, rolling it. Again, this is very small size. Not risking my gains on the day. You're retesting that point of control. They could easily keep pushing it up here. Sized for loss. And that's what 0 DTE trading should be. It should be very, very small. So 658 SPY puts, I got filled at 40 cents. 3 contracts, 120 bucks. It's a lotto. Another lotto. We're trying to play a little bit of a slapper of the trend here. Slap it back down. Markets are still acting somewhat well. They're trying to hold some structure here and bounce. You could easily keep pushing it up. A lot of stocks are trying to get a bounce here. Back testing our volume shelf again. I got in for a couple reasons. Mainly the trend is bearish today. You've broken down intraday. You've put in lower highs, lower lows. So technically speaking, this should just be a dead cat bounce. Obviously, the market is very, very, I guess what's the correct word? I mean, FOMO. People just see the green candles and pile in. But yeah, you're back testing your gap fill. You're retracing this move quite nicely. you're hitting that massive point of control volume shelf again. So there's a lot of traders that were long off of this point of control volume zone. So now that they're kind of break even, some people should start selling. But again, the trade might not work out. That's why it's small size and just playing with profits. It's a lotto. You know, today's been a stellar day. I'm up a couple thousand again and just rolling in a small size. Tough to say. I want to see what happens when we close the session today, cabin. But obviously, it's never good when the markets gap and crack. Look at NAC gas catching a pretty fat bid here, guys. Boyle catching some serious volume, guys. UNG ETF, bit of a triple bottom here. Falling wedge pattern kind of building here. So NAC gas is trying to defend that key daily chart 20 moving average yet again. Piercing it, tapping prior day low. Again, several stocks have had a decent bounce off of the lows with the markets. S&P still kind of stabilizing here. Typically the markets, you know, after a heavy sell like that, they often want to retrace and form maybe a bit of a W formation. You know, so if this is a bottom in the market, which I'm not saying it is, but if this is a bottom, you typically want to get a W pattern, and then it kind of gives the bulls the chance to break it out or the bears to slap it down. So we'll see if that W formation plays out. Yeah, markets are still trying to show some strength. Still seeing a little bit of accumulation. Nat gas trying to make a little bit of a move here. Crude oil has turned positive, so you're seeing a little bit of strength creeping back into your energy side of the market. Dollar trying to firm up. Your VIX is still fairly elevated here, but it has softened from the highs. Markets are trying to eat through this little volume shelf here. IWM still bouncing quite nicely. Markets are trying here. Big bounce on your S&P 500. Still grinding ourselves higher on SPY land. Markets are looking a little bit better here. You can see the SPX. You know, right now it's below your 7 and 20 moving average. Will they want to push it back up there? We will certainly find out. But yeah, I'll discuss some new highs, new lows in the market after today's close. It'll give us a little bit more color. You know, once you get a daily close on the charts, it does swing the probabilities. Caleb asking, is Archer long? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, it tried breaking out today, failed. Needs a little bit of time to consolidate. I'd be very patient with Archer. It's close. You know, the positive is you got another higher weekly close, but we'll see how it ends today. Still a couple hours left in the session, so we got to just be patient. Market's in this weird environment right now, guys. There's a lot of risk in chasing breakouts here. Markets are looking a little bit better here. They are trying. Let's look at Joby as well. Joby looks a little bit better than Archer in the sense it's holding that 7-day. Archer's got definitely some momentum, but you could get a retrace of this candle. That would not surprise me. But I think it needs to just consolidate here a little bit more before it's ready for its bigger move to the upside. S&P actually holding well. This market's reacting well off of that point of control. SPY's back to the green side. We'll see if we can hold it on a 10-minute closing basis. So this 10-minute candle has another 4.5 minutes left. Acting quite well though. MSOS trying to grind. S&P still pushing. AMD still acting exceptionally well here. IONQ trying to catch a little bit of strength off of a previous little channel zone. Big bounce on your S&P. Markets are looking a little bit better here. You're doing a pretty big retest and retrace. You've now done a full 382 retrace. You're above that point of control. Will they hold it? Big S&P bounce here. Getting some chasing going on. And you still look, there's quite a bit of interesting pockets of strength in this market. Despite the indices selling off from the highs and going negative, you still have some stocks showing some relative strength today. Semiconductors, broadly speaking, your SOXX is still pushing here on the back of AMD strength. You got Micron still holding steady. Let's look at ASML here. ASML looking a little bit distributive here. Again, TSM is the big earnings after hours, guys. Taiwan Semi, all eyes will be on watch. Did Taiwan Semi hit $1 trillion company yet? Yeah, it's over, 1.2 trillion, so. Big boy club, 1.2 trillion. It will be market moving. Tempted to reaccumulate Amazon again. Retesting that daily chart 200. Quite interesting. Markets are acting well. Microsoft still holding steady. Your Russell 2000 is trying to bounce here. SPY's continuously showing strength here, guys. Big bounce. We've now retested that EMA 113 on the 1-minute chart. Big Bear AI still struggling on the tape today, down 7.8. Rigetti down 6.2. LES down 7.8. RXRX still up 7.64. Open Door slightly negative. Lithium Americas Corp down 7.76. How's that NUAI doing, Surf? That's done a full round trip. Still positive on the tape, but definitely doing a full round trip. Regional banks are really helping the markets, instilling a little bit more confidence. Still down 2.16%, but bouncing quite nicely. S&P is still just doing a nice float and grind here, guys. Looking pretty trendy here into the end of the day. Your next big level is going to be your prior day high. They are pumping it. Just shows you the unrelenting strength. The bulls keep buying the dip with great success. Big bounce. We've recaptured almost 50% of that whole entire down move. Markets are acting much, much better off of the lows. The big thing we need to watch for now is, do we create another lower high? So we got that lower low. Do we create a lower high? That is the big thing the bulls need to be mindful of. Just gotta grab some quick food, guys. I'm getting hungry here. Your S&P 500 is still ripping here, guys. What a bounce. Pretty much the same waterfall sell-off being negated. Epic bounce across the board. A lot of stocks are still firming up. Nice move on ARRY. Breaking out here, guys, on the daily chart. This is a stock that I just got an alert on with the volume influx, daily chart breakout, weekly chart breakout. Keep ARRY on your radar because this is a play that is breaking out. Very strong. Stocks are still looking pretty decent, guys. CGC up about 8%, trying to climb here quietly, making that move intraday. You got Aurora still trying to push here. Tilray still trying to push. SNDL still holding quite a bit of value up here. So Cloudflare. Under Armour. Yeah, Under Armour is getting ready. Still needs to trickle lower though. AFRM. That one's trying. A little bit of rejection off that 10-minute EMA 113. Again, I think that we're probably going to maybe stop at gap fill. Looking for a retest there. Wow, nasty price action on Chubb. Nasty. Large capital coming in. Guys, look at this spike on natural gas right now. Nat gas is getting some serious volume. Look at that move, almost going positive right now. Bang! Look at that. I don't know if there's news on nat gas, but that's a big pop, guys. Big, big pop. Nice volume coming into boil. Really strong price action in nat gas. Nat gas is trying to break out intraday here, guys, making a red to green reversal. Bouncing off of that 20-day moving average quite nicely. You could want to retest the daily 200 moving average, which is all the way at 352. But nat gas bouncing quite nicely. Really heavy volume in UNG. Look at some of your nat gas equities. AR, probably going to catch a bid here. EQT, also probably going to catch a bid. Range Resources, RRC, may catch a bid. But a big push there intraday. Dollars trying to firm up as well. Nice move back higher on ticker Ferrari, guys. RACE making a push here. As I'm closing out those RAC calls that I took earlier in the week, the 390 calls, they just went in the money there. I'm going to close them out here for a small gain. Because they're looking a little bit heavier here. Could see another wave of selling. Time chart still looks pretty good, guys. PRME looks pretty good for another leg higher. Still holding some weekly technical bullish structure, daily chart technical bullish structure. Interesting. Let's look at GDDY. Yeah, this Giddy chart just keeps selling off. GTLB, that's going lower. Nice bounce on Genius Sports here, ticker GENI, showing some really good relative strength today. Not a bad area to try to chase momentum here. Not a bad area, actually. That one's acting quite well. Check out ASAN. Yeah, ASAN's getting close to a potential breakout, but just does not want to firm up just yet. Tiva, let's look at Bill. LPSN, wow, getting smoked. I'm just gonna grab some food. We'll be back in a bit. All right, guys, power hour has started. My belly's full. Markets have squeezed right back into that prior day high. You can see the impressive bounce in the SPX back above the 7 and 20 moving average. Quite impressive. It's not closed yet, but back above. So acting very, very well. Full standout stocks today. Mhm. ENVX acting well, trying to break out to the high side. AMD having a stellar performance. Looks like it's going to sweep the highs of the session. DraftKings say having a good day, trying to recover from that massive decline that it had. VST, guys. VST has broken out today, at least on the hourly chart. Looking for another continuation move. I think VST is getting very close to its next surge higher here. Got that bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. You've seen natural gas make a nice little recovery off of the lows. It's still slightly negative, but bouncing with some bottom wicks, so it is trying to firm up in the near term. You can see Boyle catching a little bit of that liquidity from the lows. UNG acting fairly well. Where to see Boyle? S&P is getting sold into just a little bit here. Solar stocks have had a terrific day today. Enphase Energy still up 3.76, although it's off of its highs. FSLR, really solid day for First Solar. Very good. Ethereum still remains a little bit weaker on the session, down 3%. Amazon has really struggled. Face of this market. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to look at, was consumer discretionary stocks. XLY stocks. Let's go through some of these, shall we? Mickey D's. Mickey D's is ripping. People are buying the Big Macs. Yeah, TSM earnings releases tomorrow. Technically, it's like tonight, China release in the Asian markets. So, but yeah, it'll impact the markets in a big way. Let's look at Target, TGT. Why can't I type that in? TGT. Yeah, Target trying to make a bullish reversal off the lows. Let's look at lows. LOW, not too bad. Let's look at TJX. Strong chart. TJX companies trying to break out to new all-time highs. O'Reilly still backing and filling. General Motors still backing and filling. Ford catching a little bit of a bounce. RCL, that's not a bad area. It's actually somewhat decent from a long standpoint. RCL earnings are when? October 28th, so the end of the month. Not a bad area. This is your higher low trying to hold. I'll have to keep watch of that one. Put it on the short list. NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Line. Whoa, look at that candle yesterday. Bouncing quite nicely. NVR. Still just chopping around. DG, Dollar General, having a good session today. That kind of looks like the Dollar Tree chart. Very good session for DG. Ulta Beauty. Ulta. Typically, it's a name that gets bought on pullbacks. GRMN, Garmin. Chipotle gave up the goods today. Unfortunately, that name was trying to break out, got sold into. It's still acting quite well. Looks like it can still push higher. Still pretty oversold. Advanced Auto Parts, AAP. Chopping around as well. RL. I'm just going through a bunch of consumer discretionary stocks, seeing if there's any sort of capital that's going to rotate into some of these names. WHR, Whirlpool. Wow, Whirlpool has been slaughtered. S&P 500 is coming in a little bit. Wow, big level for Whirlpool. Coming into that monthly 1-year moving average. Wow. Whirlpool. All right, HLT, Hilton Group. Looks like it's got some momentum. BBY, Best Buy. That's trying to break out. Guys, we're seeing nat gas trying to turn positive. Yeah, Adobe's a dog. Adobe's just nasty. I've lost money on that one. Couple times now. Just doesn't want to go. Honestly, where Adobe's now going is 300 bucks. That's the next area. Even a Pierce of 300. Adobe's just filthy. Just downright dirty. They just can't do anything right. They need an OpenAI partnership. That's probably the only thing that's going to save them is an OpenAI announcement, but that's probably not happening. So Adobe's just disgusting. I hate this stock now. I get so... It's had every opportunity to bounce. I mean, it's crazy. Las Vegas Sands. It's starting to come in. Let's look at MGM. I wonder if that's a buy yet. Maybe it's a buy. Yeah, I'd keep MGM on watch, guys. You know, you're seeing the whole Vegas complex acting well. It's bouncing, defending that 618. You filled a couple major gaps here. Trying to get back above that 7. MGM's not looking terrible. That's for certain. You're planning to take 50 calls on LVS? Yeah, LVS, LVS is an interesting one, right? Definitely tried breaking out here on the weekly. You broke out, did a massive back test. Strong bounce off your weekly EMA and weekly 1-year moving average. But tough name. I'd be a buyer if it were to fall. But I wish you luck, Sarf. You know, it could easily bounce for sure. It's got some weekly chart momentum. Still above that 50 on the weekly. Still have monthly chart momentum. The only concern is the daily. Daily chart doesn't have much momentum. But good luck. 50 calls. How was its last earnings? Nice gap up on its last earnings. Yeah, it has a tendency to gap up quite a lot. Vegas. Let's look at Marriott here, MAR. Marriott's not looking too bad. That's a lot of consolidation. That's a lot of chop and slop. But coiling, holy shit, Marriott is coiled. That makes me almost want to take upside calls. That is just coiled. Very, very well. Let's look at Lennar, home builder. LEN. Yeah, LEN again is one that you would figure would benefit from the falling yields right now. It had that huge breakout surge. It's not a bad area to try to take it for a swing long. I'm going to watch that one. Let's look at POOL, pool. That's been decimated, likely going to go lower. CCL, Carnival Cruise Line, trying to firm up. Pulte Homes, trying to firm up. Expedia, down 2.3 today. Still looking like it wants to push. TPR, KMX. Wow, look at this KMX chart. CarMax. Still hasn't taken out that low from its gap down. You would think it's going to. Norwegian. What is it? NWL? Sorry, Newell Brands. Cool little trend line there. Ice Natural Gas trying to go positive here. Watching on my other screen. It's making a move. MHK. Let's take a peek. AutoZone. AZO. AZO. Trading at 4,000. CZR. Caesar having a good session today. So there's going to be a lot of sympathies with Las Vegas. Let's look at MGM, Caesar, Vici Properties, what else? Hilton, all your other casino stocks. LKQ. This one could be ready for a swing, an attempt at a swing trade. Big 618. Sitting right on that monthly 200 moving average. That's pretty impressive. Wow, LKQ could be ready, guys. LKQ. It could be ready for a swing long. Interesting. So you can see why investors have been selling it. Earnings have been kind of declining on an annual basis here. But now they're starting to trend up here. 2025, you're almost putting in this little bit of a low. Interesting. Let's look at the balance sheet. Total revenue. Gross profit. Net income. Yeah, that's the big hiccup. 2023, 2024. Big hiccups in net income. Trying to turn it around though. Net debt. Yeah, I think you're wise. Diagonals are interesting, especially for earnings. It's kind of a way to hedge your positions. So it's not a bad idea there. But any strategy that you absolutely can learn, it helps you. I just keep the options group simple, calls and puts. But there's been the occasional time where I'll do a little bit of a diagonal strategy. But for earnings, they're really, really good. S&P is definitely moving a little bit higher here. Trying to catch some extra liquidity. Big push here in certain individual names. Let me keep scrolling through some of these. Consumer discretionaries, TSCO, that's up about 1% today. Bouncing quite sharply. Hmm. So again, there should be quite a bit of sympathy stocks for LVS. Wins another one, very similar chart setup to LVS. That will move in sympathy due to the earnings. So it kind of gives us a nice preface of what we can expect. Are you doing a diagonal on LVS, Sarpras? Nope. You're just speaking in general. Nice topping tail on Morgan Stanley today, guys. That's a beautiful high volume reversal, breakout to new all-time highs. Back inside that previous consolidation. That's a nice little reversal, guys. Look at that epic resistance going back to 2024. Kissed it, kissed it. Looks pretty juicy. How's JP Morgan doing? JPM also has a little bit of a potential topping tail candle. It's not at the highs, but close enough. Let's look at Bank of America. Still ridiculously strong. Wells Fargo, still much stronger. Citigroup, that's come in. Regional banks, nasty down candle for regionals. But the markets have acted quite well, rebounding, recapturing the lion's share of its losses there. Basically, you're just back inside of that little previous consolidation from Tuesday. Pretty crazy session, right? This is what happens when you have the VIX just flying. Guys, look at Nat Gas ripping and roaring. Nat Gas is now positive on the session, breaking out to the high side. Beautiful move in natural gas. Boyle still negative on the session, a bit of an arbitrage opportunity in my opinion, but a nice little breakout there for Nat Gas. Beautiful move. Nat Gas does have inventories tomorrow, so like I said, my previous Nat Gas videos, they like to run Nat Gas up into inventories. And then they love to do these little blow-off moves, and then they pump it. So Nat Gas is getting a considerable bid off of the lows, going from red to green. Seeing a nice little end-of-day push. You can see the little bit of a bottoming tail that Nat Gas is forming. That's actually a beautiful little potential tail candle. We could push up now maybe to 352 if inventories come out decent tomorrow. But they've defended the daily 20 moving average, and it looks like you're closing above yesterday's low. So that will be a positive sign. Sarfers is taking a 54 call BAC. Let's see. For today? Or sorry, for end of week? End of week. Forgot it was. I pray for you. I pray for you. Come on, Nat Gas, squeeze it. Nat Gas is trying to squeeze. Nat Gas is trying here. Go, baby, go. 10 contracts, 9 cents, super cheap. That should play out. I don't know. Financials are also a little extended, but definitely showing positive momentum. Go, Natty, go. Look at Nat Gas ripping and roaring, guys. Ripping and roaring. Starting to squeeze. And attempting of a breakout here. Rigetti had a monster move back up to the high side. Vista, guys, still showing some strength here. Did you get out of your NUAI there, Sarf? Did you take profits? I know you're still up on the position, but did you trim it all? QS is busting through resistance. On 430 could sell 250 shares. Nice. That's a good profit. That's a really good profit. seconds. You're still holding 1,750 shares. Nice. Nice hard selling into the close here, guys. Very decent. Let's look at where the want to close the SPX, if they're going to close it above or below the 7 and 20. Currently we're below. Interesting. Give me a second. So the markets really haven't gone anywhere over the last, really since we had this pump here, 150. So you had a little bit of a float reversal. So they've just been chopping us in a tight range for the last hour or so. Not seeing any sort of a big move in the indices. Individual tickers are certainly moving a little bit more. In the indices, you are getting a little bit of a bid here in small caps. BlackBerry seeing a little bit of volume here into the close, catching a bit of a minor bid. I'm not really seeing too much. Nat gas selling a little bit. Let's run through some of these high flyers here. BBAI trying to make a little bit of a run here into the close. QuantumScape taking a bit of a breather into the close here. QBTS had that really big push back to the high side, seeing a little bit of top wick distribution here. Rigetti going from deeply negative to showing some strength here into the close. Serve Robotics still up about 6.2%, but off of the highs, well off of the highs. OUST still up about 2.99%, but well off of the highs. Morgan Stanley still up about 4.4%, but well off of the highs. Canopy Growth up nicely, 7.35%. AMD still a beast, up 8.79%, coming in slightly from the highs here. Nike still doing quite well. That's up a little bit here. Crypto high computing stocks, Iron coming in from the high state, putting in a bit of a daily chart reversal. So it's getting a little bit distributive here. Couple heavy wide range red bar candles close to each other. CADL trying to bounce a little bit. Final 10 minutes here, guys. Final 10 minutes of price action. Silver still having a good day. DraftKings still having a stellar day here. DKNG gapping up here. IONQ getting slapped around today. So that one's starting to come in. I still hold these common shares short off the 71.64 area. Oklo did go negative on the session after it was very, very strong. Starting to give back a little bit of the goods. ENVX continuously remaining very firm despite it's off of the highs. Still acting quite well. A little extended, but not too bad. Micron, again, trying to hold steady. Lululemon, continuously seeing some selling, trying to carve out what looks to be a stage 1 basing formation. Duolingo still acting well. Looks like Duolingo is going to press into that daily 200 moving average. I think that's its next big resistance area. Again, solar stocks doing well. PEG doing quite well today. GDX still green. Starbucks having a good day. Bitcoin struggling. Bitcoin under a bit of pressure here. Open door still down a little bit, down by 3.6%. LAES, guys. That's continuing to show some resiliency. A lot of volume in this region though. Crazy. CRML, a lot of people are buying this dip for a dead cat bounce. If CRML were to gap down tomorrow, it would be a nice opportunity for a scalp long. So we will watch CRML for a day tradable bounce tomorrow. Whoa, it feels like I'm losing my voice here, guys. Crazy. I need to have a tea. I need to have a hot tea or something with some honey. I don't know about you guys, but I'm exhausted today. It's been a wild session. Up, down, up, chopping around. It's been crazy. I'm exhausted. It's been a nice session here, but I am tired. This volatility really takes your attention, especially when you trade 0 DTEs, when the VIX is elevated here. We got a 20 handle on the VIX. I like it. I like it a lot. Imagine we can get a 30 handle. Imagine we get to this gap fill here. What type of news would that be? The VIX is trying, man. The VIX is trying. The market's in this precarious spot right now. It's in a very precarious spot. Looking at RX, guys, that's still having a rock star day. Look at that move. Let's look at grab. Your S&P 500 is selling off just a touch here. So again, you can see what's happening here, SPY, right? Remember yesterday it was consolidating and then you had that end of day dump? Then you gapped over that consolidation period, almost like a fake gap up. And now they waterfall sold it. They waterfalled it here. Are they going to waterfall it into that same area again? It seems that whoever the seller is in this vicinity keeps unloading big positions. Big, 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 big. All right, guys, final 4 minutes here. They are trying to keep the S&P 500 from waterfalling here. So you do have a couple earnings after the bell, guys. Tomorrow the big one is Taiwan Semi. That'll be out for the morning. So we'll see if they want to gap the market up on TSM. It is a powerful stock. It can absolutely gap the market up, so just keep that in mind. After the bell, we got Las Vegas Sands. Good luck, surfers. We got United Airlines, ticker UAL. Also set to report. If UAL reports anything like Delta, that is one that can absolutely move to the upside as well. So UAL set to report. You saw what happened to Delta. Delta gapped up on its earnings and then got faded. But it was a positive gap up. So we'll see if United Airlines can make that push as well. You got JBHT, JB Hunt, so a little bit of a transportation name. JB Hunt expectations is for 3.02 billion revenue, 1.46 EPS. Stock has been beaten up well off of its highs. Not a bad risk to reward area, sitting on a massive volume shelf here. Point of control. We'll see if JBHT, my guess is they probably gapped that one up, but JBHT, United Airlines, Las Vegas Sands are your kind of your bigger ones after the bell. You got some smaller regional banks that are reporting, but Las Vegas Sands will have a lot of sympathy plays around MGM, Wynn, Vici, Hyatt, maybe Sphere. So there's quite a bit of sympathy stocks that could move with LVS. So keep those on watch. And good luck, surfers. Hopefully you make a killing on your LVS call options. All right, so a decent facelift here into the close. Look at that volume coming in, 1.39 million and increasing 1.42 million. Pumping it. They are pumping it. All right, guys, wonderful, wonderful trading session today. Amazing profits in the option trading group. OUST, big win, 70% gain. CRML, huge win, 100%. Nice profits on Serve, 45% gain on first trim. Dollar Tree, excellent, 132% gain there. Obviously, the SPY puts that we caught those Lotto 660 printed up over 360%. Amazing job. It was a very, very good session today. Thank you all for tuning in. Hopefully, you were able to make money. I know I'm super, super profitable on the trading session today, and we'll see what TSM does for the market tomorrow. Other than that, take care, everybody. We'll see you a little bit later. Cheers.